Using NASA's Hubble Space Telescope, a team of astronomers captured the clearest image to date of the unexpected interstellar comet 3I Atlas. Astronomers are now able to more precisely estimate the size of the comet's solid icy nucleus. Its estimated diameter is no bigger than 3.5 miles across, but potentially as small as 1,000 feet across. Hubble captured a dust plume ejected from the sun-warmed side of the comet, and the hint of a teardrop-shaped dust hail streaming away from the nucleus. This behavior is similar to that of previously seen sunbound comets originating within our solar system. The big difference is that this mysterious visitor came from an ancient and unknown realm of our Milky Way, launching from an undetermined star system long ago and far away. In what may be the final chapter in its space odyssey, 3I Atlas is plunging toward the sun at a staggering 130,000 miles per hour. This is the highest velocity ever recorded for a solar system visitor. The comet's astonishing speed suggests it has traversed interstellar space for billions of years. The comet gains speed due to the gravitational slingshot effect of the stars and other objects it encountered. The longer 3I Atlas traveled through interstellar space, the faster it moved. Hubble observations suggest that comet 3I Atlas was likely expelled from a developing planetary system. This occurred as icy bodies aggregated within an outer disk or ring surrounding a star, further supporting the idea that such outer belts are common in planet-forming systems. Another possibility is that 3I Atlas is just a fragment of a small icy planet that came too close to a white dwarf star, disintegrated under the stress of gravity, and sent its shards cannonballing back into space. 3I Atlas is an icy fossil from a time perhaps before Earth even existed. If 3I Atlas has wandered among the stars for nearly half of the Milky Way's age, it could provide insights into the history of our galaxy and the processes behind our solar system's formation. Comet 3I Atlas will make its closest approach to the Sun in October 2025, but don't worry, it won't be anywhere near Earth. NASA's assets, including Hubble, the James Webb Space Telescope, the Transiting Exoplanet Survey Satellite, and the Swift Observatory, will closely monitor the comet to measure its chemical composition as the Sun's heat further sublimates its ices. Should it survive the perilous journey near the Sun, the chances of 3I Atlas experiencing another close encounter with a star are incredibly remote. It's also possible that 3I Atlas, like many fragile comet nuclei approaching the Sun, could break apart or disintegrate into dust, bringing its existence to an end. Before 3I Atlas entered the picture, we detected two other interstellar visitors, 1I Oumuamua in 2017 and comet 2I Borisov in 2019. With numerous advanced observatories now scanning the skies, we should find many more interstellar objects visiting our solar system. Each new discovery offers astronomers valuable insights into both our own solar system and the distant universe beyond.
Hello everyone, this is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific and the Explore Alliance, and welcome to the 174th Global Star Party. It was 5 years ago this month that we started the Global Star Party as a way to unite amateur astronomers that were in lockdown because of COVID. But we found that we were able to connect to astronomers all over the world and to add a dimension to the Star Party experience that you can't get any other way, because we're reaching into other countries, other cultures. So it's really been a fascinating voyage and a journey for all of us. We have an incredible lineup tonight. David Levy is with us to give introductions. And if you haven't been to the pages to learn more about our speakers tonight, you should go to explorescientific.com/GSP for Global Star Party, GSP 174. So I'm going to turn this over to you, David. Thanks for coming on tonight.
Well, thank you, Scotty, and welcome to our 5th anniversary. I remember when you telephoned me over 5 years ago saying that you wanted to start a global star party, and you wanted me to come each time and do a poetical quotation. And I've done that every single one since then.
Yes, you have.
With one exception that I missed, and including tonight. My poetical reading to celebrate our 5th anniversary is from a Canadian poet, Sir Charles G.D. Roberts. In 1889, he sat down with his laptop and he wrote a poem called The Night Sky. O deep of heaven, 'tis thou alone art boundless, 'tis thou alone our balance shall not weigh, 'tis thou alone our fathom line finds soundless, whose infinite our finite must obey. Through thy blue realms and down thy starry reaches, thought voyages forth beyond the furthest fire, and homing from no sighted shoreline, teaches thee measureless, as is the soul's desires. O deep of heaven, no beam of Pleiad ranging, eternity may bridge thy gulf of spheres. The ceaseless hum that fills thy sleep unchanging is reign of the innumerable years. Our worlds, our suns, our ages, these but stream through thine abiding like a dateless dream.
Wonderful.
This is kind of, thanks, Karim. This is kind of a way of looking at the night sky through the eyes of a poet. And now it is going to be my pleasure to introduce Nicolina, who is going to take over from me in just a few minutes. But I want to say something. I understand, Nicolina, you are 12 years old now, which, and when Scott was talking about you earlier, he mentioned the fact that your parents were so supportive, which brought me back to when I was 12 years old, and I first began to be interested in the night sky, passionate about the night sky. That's all I wanted to talk about. My parents, even though I love them and miss them dearly, were not at the first that enthusiastic about me being so one-sided about astronomy. In fact, my dad suggested that I not make astronomy the most important part of my life. So I looked the other way and I said, okay, Dad, I will make it the only part of my life. And a few years later, Dad woke up from his famous nap and he was very angry, and he said, all he cares about are his damned stars. And a few years after that, he wanted to take a walk with me. And he said, remember when I said that I didn't want you to make astronomy the only part of your life? And I said, yes. And then he said, do you remember when I talked about all you care about are your damn stars? I said, yes. And he said, would it be okay if I took all that back? And I said, why would you want to do that, Dad? you're correct. And he said, if I had had any idea what you were going to do with your damn stars, I would never have said that. And I would have been a lot more supportive. And in their later years, both mom and dad were extremely supportive of what I was trying to do, as I hope, Nicolina, your parents will be as well. My mom, when I called her in the months before the impact of Comet Shoemaker Levy 9 with Jupiter, and I asked mom if she would like to come to Europe with me to celebrate that and to come to Washington to celebrate the impacts themselves. And without even thinking, mom said, yes, I want to be there. My mom was interviewed on national television, and it was really very special. And now I am 77 years old. My brain is not quite what it used to be. In fact, Scott sometimes has to remind me of events that are coming up, events that are not coming up. And it's kind of good that you, Nicolina, are now coming into the world to with a brain that doesn't forget things, and with a brain and a mind that can think about the night sky and share the passion that some of us have for it. Nicolina, it is my honor to introduce you. And at this point, you might want to demute yourself because so that we can hear you when you start to talk to us. But I do want to say that the next years are going to belong to you. We're going to give you a chance to open your mind and your heart up and your passion up to the night sky. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Nicolina.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor for being here tonight after a long time. And I'm really happy. And it's my first time presentation in English, so it's such an honor. I'm saying again, such an honor for being here. And thank you. I'm gonna share my screen.
Okay.
Let me just. Is everybody seeing?
Yes.
Okay. Good night, guys. My name is Nicole Simeon, also called by Nicolina. And today I'm going to talk about my trajectory in the asteroid hunt. And I hope you guys like my presentation. So, before I start, I want to present myself. How I said before, my name is Nicole Simeon, Nicolina. I'm the youngest astronomer in the whole world by the international press. 10 times World Astronomy Child Project by the GCP Awards 2022-2025. World Talent Child Astronomy category from the International Star Kids Awards, and all these items described here. So, before I start my presentation, I want to tell you guys what are asteroids. Asteroids are rocky and metallic celestial objects that orbit the Sun and are smaller than planets. They exist in a large numbers and in a variety of orbital families. Here I brought you guys 3 examples of asteroids, and the first one is my favorite one, that is Bennu. But you can be asking why it's important to hunt and study asteroids. About 100 tons of material fall to Earth every day. Most of it disintegrates in the Earth's atmosphere. I brought here 3 examples of them, like Chelyabinsk, that was in Russia. In 2013, around 1,200 people were injured by shattered glass from windows destroyed by the shock wave caused by the impact. The second example is Tunguska, from Siberia. The asteroid impact knocked down thousands of trees across an area of 2,200 square kilometers. The third example is Chicxulub from Mexico. 66 million years ago, The asteroid that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs left this huge crater with a diameter of 200 kilometers. So I put here some image of these asteroids that fall here on Earth to you guys see what it caused. But how can I hunt asteroids? For details, you can register for the international camping at this following link. And for the camping here in Brazil, that is where I live, you can use this QR code. I want to bring to you guys some important information. So, I'm gonna reveal some essential details for participating in this exciting asteroid hunting program. The first one, the team. The team must be composed of one leader, over 18 years old, at least two and at most nine members, minimum age of 7 years old. The equipment. To participate in the program, at least one member must have a computer or notebook with a Windows operating system. Campaigns. Teams will be allocated to editions according to the order of registrations and trainings. Only MCTI campaigns provide online training at the beginning of each campaign, and MCTI is the asteroid hunt here from Brazil. When you are allocated to a campaign on the YES website, you will receive the folders to place in the software called Astronomical. So here I put some pictures that you can understand how we going to make all this process on the YES side. This is an image of a detected asteroid. You can see that the dot moves in a nearly straight line, which is the asteroid, while the stars don't move. This is a visual representation of the exciting work being done in asteroid detection. And the International Astronomical Search Collaboration, or IASC, plays a key role in facilitating these discoveries. And here I brought you guys this GIF for you to understand how we can differentiate the asteroid from the stars. And here I put the website from the IASC website that you can go in and make your categories. Here I wanted to bring these pictures because it was when everything started. Like some people that know me knows that I love asteroids and this most thing I love most in my whole world. And I wanted to bring to you my trajectory studying and hunting asteroids. Like everything started on the year 2019 when I was 6 years old, and this was when I discovered Asteroid Day. That is an event that celebrates the Asteroid Day, and we make events during the whole year. And here there are some pictures when I was just a little girl. I'm still a little girl, but I was younger. And Marcelo Zurita was the first people to present to me the Asteroid Day. At the year of 2020, at 7 years old, I spoke at the Asteroid Day event, and this was a remarkable year for me as I had the opportunity to speak on Asteroid Day when I was just 7 years old. I was sick that day, but I still presented with great passion. Asteroid Day is a global event that aims to raise awareness about the asteroids and their impact on our planet. It was a great honor to contribute by talking about the asteroid Bennu, that by the way is my favorite and favorite asteroid. Sorry. At the year of 2020, when I was still 7 years old, I made my first participation in the asteroid hunt, and I took part in my very first asteroid hunt. And this moment was more than just a milestone. It was a thrilling adventure that deepened my passion for astronomy. And here about this video and this picture of me hunting asteroids. And I still do this on nowadays, and I love it so much. At the year of 2021, I was already 8 years old. Here's training families at the Nicolina Kids Club, that is my club, and it's incredible to think about the impact we can have at any age. By engaging families, we fostered a community passionate about astronomy and learning together. So here, I really wanted to put tears on my presentation because I really think it's important for we teach other families, other kids to hunt asteroids, not keep just to us what we are learning about this. We need to teach other people too, because they will teach other their friends, their parents, and keep and keep telling other peoples about this.
Mm.
Continuing here about some pictures of everything that I already did. I made some presentation and make some events. I went to schools and talked about asteroids, and I still appeared on the TV talking about asteroids because they invited me, and I started talk about what I love most. And I like to highlight some of the exciting updates and announcements. First, let's talk about some preliminary and provisional findings. Still awaiting further analysis. This is the picture of some asteroids that I already found it, and some of them I put on the preliminary and provisional. But the big news is in 2025, this year, I was officially announced as an official yes trainer, and this is a significant milestone for me, and this announcement opens up a world of opportunities, not only for me, but also for the communities. And I'm still really happy for this. And another big news that I am already really happy to say to you guys, it's that I had the honor to be recognized with my name on an asteroid. Is that and I'm really happy because I never imagined have my name on an asteroid. Such, I'm really happy. I'm still feeling emotional because I think everybody that have a name on an asteroid thinks the same as me because it's really happy, really exciting to have our name here in the space, there in the space. And now I want to thank you very much, you guys, for watching my presentation. Thank you. And here, put my Instagram if you want to follow me. Thanks.
Yay! Everybody's clapping for you. You know that?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me see if I can help you and share your screen. Uh, so many wonderful comments from our audience. And so now, Nicolina, this is the second or third time you've been on Global Star Party, right? You did two others before, is that right?
I remember it's the second time
Oh,
because
it's the second time. Okay.
yeah, when I did the first, I was really younger.
You were younger, and you could only speak in Portuguese, as I remember at that time. So we had to have a translator. So this is your second time on, and you're speaking fluent English, which is amazing, So,
I can say to you that I've been training for years just to make this a presentation here and being fluent in English.
oh wow, okay, well that's wonderful. Well, we hope you can see some of the other people here with you, but we all hope that you continue doing the incredible work that you're doing and spreading the inspiration that you spread, and because it really does give the world hope. That there is that the world is going to be a better place, and certainly with people like you in your generation. So it's I have like kind of like goosebumps. So thank you so much, Nicolina. It's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, me.
Yep. So anybody else want to make any comments before I move on?
Yeah, Scott, let me jump in for a second if I can,
Sure.
because some years ago at the Starmus Festival, which I'm
Yes.
involved with, and this was at an evening that was quiet, where we stayed up on the mountain at La Palma, where the world's largest telescope is, by the way, the Gran Telescopio Canarias. And this was when we had a dinner, and a number of astronauts were there and other people. But Greg Richter's and I and Garrick and Brian May was there. We talked about this idea that Greg had of starting Asteroid Day, which he did
Oh,
as a movement and as an organization. That came out of a discussion at a dinner that we had on the mountain at La Palma some years ago at Starmus. And they all would be very, very proud, Nicolina, of what you've done
oh
for
yeah,
Asteroid Day and in conjunction with that. So
absolutely.
this is great to see what you've done. Keep going.
Thank you. And I just want to say one more thing. Can I?
Yeah, please.
I am the world ambassador of the Asteroid Day. And I want to share this event for all the people because I really love this and with all my heart.
Well,
Well,
we'll
the
have
people
to
who
do a
started
special
Asteroid
Asteroid Day program, I think. So,
Absolutely. And the people who started Asteroid Day would be incredibly proud of what you've done.
Thank you so much.
wonderful. Okay, Nicolina, thank you. Is there anything else that you'd like to say before we go on to the next speaker? No?
No?
We're also very proud of you, and
Can I pop in with one thing?
absolutely.
So this is the 5th anniversary of the GSP, and when I
Yes.
first got to know the Global Star Parties, it was because Scott gave a platform for youth to be able to do a little bit of outreach and share the incredible astronomy some of these youth are doing. So I met Nicolina through the Global Star Parties, and we had so many amazing youth from across the entire world join. I remember like we would be on late at night and we'd have Nepal join, or we would have Australia join. We would
Yes.
from the West Coast, from Colorado, from Vancouver, and then from here in Montreal. And it is amazing to see the progress, but I want to make sure it's clear to people you started at age 6, 7, and you were on doing global outreach in the language you didn't speak at age 8.
8 years old. Yeah. So in those early days for her, she was being recognized as the world's youngest research astronomer. I believe, I'd still have to check on this. She is at least among the youngest people to ever have an asteroid named in her honor. And at 12 years old, and I think that she actually is the youngest. So it's quite an achievement. I know there's many more things in your life to come, but it's just we're happy for every accolade, every honorific that you get, and we know that you're paying it back in educational outreach and your talks and your inspiration. You have a wonderful personality, and so you're going to get hopefully all the help that you need to achieve all your dreams.
And quite a fan club on YouTube. Very impressive as well.
I know. I'm looking at all the posts for her. It's great.
I
It's
think you'll
wonderful.
have to keep the Global Star Parties going for at least another many decades for us to watch all the amazing things Nicolina does.
That's right. Well, thank you all, and Mr. Eicher, are you ready? Are you ready for your segment here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
And I'm going to go a long distance farther out into the cosmos because we go from asteroids now to, I will start, I hope, a screen share, and then, where did it go? There we go. And also a PowerPoint. And I am not going to talk about Centaurus A, but I am going to talk about another interesting object, the Heart Nebula. Now, the Cassiopeia Milky Way, of course, is an incredibly rich area of the galaxy in the northern hemisphere sky. And it's just loaded with clusters and nebulae and even some galaxies, as we'll see. One of the biggest and brightest ones, it's difficult visually to see, but it's a darling for astro-imagers, of course, is the Heart Nebula. So it is IC 1805. It lies in this incredibly rich area of Cassiopeia, and it's adjacent to IC 1848, another big emission nebula, star-forming region that has taken on the nickname the Soul Nebula, so that we have the heart and soul close to each other. So the Heart Nebula is a great object primarily for imagers. It can be seen, it's really huge, but it can be seen visually, but only in a very dark sky and with moderate to large size scopes. It stretches across about 150 arc minutes, so it is huge. The brightest part of it is much larger than the full moon. It's about 7,500 light years away. And it, like emission nebulae do, is producing an open star cluster like the one that our sun was born in 4.6 billion years ago. This cluster is called Malot 15, and it is, of course, a fairly tight, richly populated cluster, which is young and has not orbited the galactic center enough to be torn apart. There are lots of bright deep sky objects in this region, open clusters, many of them. NGC 1027 is very close to this object just to its east. 3 big open clusters are involved with the nebula Colander 32, 33, and 34. A detached, very bright emission region, which is visible in all of the amateur astro images that people shoot of this object, lies just to the north of the brightest part of the object. There, NGC 896 and IC 1795. And lots of open clusters lie in the region, chiefly Stock 2 and ASCC 8. That's from the latter is a smaller cluster than the huge Stock cluster, which are very large, bright clusters. It's from a catalog that was compiled in the Ukraine a number of years ago. And as we've mentioned before in various programs, sometimes on the GSC, I'm sorry, the Global Star Party, the GSP, too many acronyms, are Maffei 1 and 2. And the Italian astronomer Paolo Maffei discovered these galaxies that are heavily reddened and dimmed by the disk of the galaxy in the late 1950s and early 1960s. For a while, Maffei 1 and 2 were thought to be outlying members of the local group, but they're close to our local group of galaxies, our own little group of galaxies that we're in, the Milky Way, M31, M33, and lots of dwarfs, of course. They're about 3 to 4 million light years away, so they're just close neighbors to the local group. And we can, as usual, look at a region of from Ron Stoyan's Interstellarum Deep Sky Atlas. And here you can see the Heart Nebula is outlined, its brightest portions above center here. The 2 Maffei galaxies are below and just left of center. The Soul Nebula, so to speak, IC 1848 is over to the left there. These 2 really large and bright open clusters are at lower right here. And this is just a piece of the Milky Way that is incredibly populated. You can see the galactic center, the galactic longitude moving through the center of this map. So this is a really busy downtown area of the Milky Way in the north part of the sky. Here's an image that was only taken a couple of weeks ago by Richard Whitehead, who's one of our great astro imagers now, showing the Heart Nebula. And you can kind of see what is meant by, the nicknames that people go crazy with for deep sky objects in this image. which goes fairly deeply. And the next image, you can kind of see the heart shape just a little bit better. This is a more conventional, this one is, of course, the Hubble, so-called Hubble palette. This image is a little bit more conventional here. That's a visible light image. And you can kind of see a heart shape here, at least if you stay awake outside long enough observing, you can. So that's it. I'm going to just talk about the Heart Nebula now, and the next time I will talk about the Soul Nebula, and I will stop screen sharing. And Scott, that's all I have tonight, is just to throw another
Okay.
deep sky object out there. I think we've made it through about 30 or 40 or so objects on this list of 500 interesting objects that I came up with. So if you're going to put up with me still for a while, you're going to
For
be
a while, yes.
for a while yet.
No problem.
But that's another good one, and especially for astro imagers, it's a great target in a
Yeah.
moonlit sky to capture with wide field imaging.
Yes. So hanging out with us for a little while is a special guest, Seth Shostak from SETI has just jumped in.
One of my favorite people in the world of astronomy.
That's right.
Seth is not only a genius, he won't say this about himself, he's not only a genius, one of the smartest guys around in the entire world of astronomy, but he delivers a lecture that is not only packed with information, it is so funny. He is one of the most clever, humorous guys talking about the universe that we've ever known, truly.
I take it, David, that you got my check, and that's why you're saying all this.
Yeah,
Great
I
to
think
see you,
it's, I think
Stephanie.
it's a mark of genius, though. Someone that can use humor and talk about things that are often, I mean, really complex, and that a lot of people just make sound so darn serious, you know. So, but I've seen Seth live several times. I guess you have too, David, and that's always a great experience. So
If you have not seen Seth give a lecture live, full-length lecture live, you
Yeah.
really need to. It is fantastic. We need to, I know we've talked, I think we've talked about this, Seth, we need to get you to come to the Starmus Festival.
yes,
Yeah,
No doubt about it.
I'm all for it. I'm
Yeah,
all for it. They
great.
say the food is good, Dave.
yes, indeed.
Food's good. The company's good. You'll love it. So, well, great. This is our 5th anniversary of the Global Star Party, and it's just really cool to have someone pop in like this. And we are running a few minutes ahead. Is there anything that you wanted to share with the audience, Seth, at this time, or tell us what's going on at SETI for a few minutes?
I don't think that there's anything. I mean, of course, we did find that Type 4 civilization last week.
Oh, yeah, right.
But I mean, but that's hardly worth talking about. No, Scott, I don't have anything for you yet. Something may occur to what's left of my brain during this session. If it does, I'll say something about it. But
Okay. All right. Well, that's great. Well, thank you for jumping in and saying hello. That's wonderful. Thank
Great to see you, pal, as
Yeah.
always.
Yep. Okay. All right. And thank you so much, David. We have the Astronomical League is up next with Lori Ansorge. And Lori has been on Global Star Party now many times, actually. And I'm always glad to have her on. She is a great speaker in her own right. She has she gets out there and does astrophotography with her Interstellar, and it was fun to meet her in person a couple of times. So just a wonderful individual in our community. And I think the last time I saw you was at AstroCon in Bryce Canyon. So let's bring you on. Yep. So thank you for coming on to our 5th anniversary, 174th episode of Global Star Party.
Well, thanks for having me back and all your kind words as always. So as usual, I've brought a little something to share here. Let me see if I can. do a better job of sharing. Kick it in one more time. So in honor
We saw
of,
it briefly. We saw it
right,
briefly.
right.
Went
Yeah,
away.
I'm going to share a portion of a screen because you don't need all the,
Okay.
the busyness. You need just the meat and potatoes of the presentation here, and that's what I'm going to set up for you.
Okay.
So in honor of the 5th anniversary of the Global Star Party, for which I feel very honored to be here for, and also because the theme, and you know I love to tie these things to the theme, the theme being limitless minds, boundless skies. I wanted to bring to folks tonight the Astronomical League and some of the deep resources that are available to amateur astronomers such as myself that have really enriched my experience. And to do that, I have pulled a couple of different things that have been pretty valuable to me in my journey. So with the theme of limitless minds and boundless skies, let me just mention the League has quite a few observing programs, over 100 of them, and nearly 300 clubs and nearly 25,000 members. And that reaches both international and national. And I just pulled these from the web this week to show you that the US is broken up into regions. And then they also have a pictograph here for international region. But there's over 100 observing programs which offer unlimited learning, and that's really helping our universal hobby. And to me, it brings a bit of structure to observation. It also offers a way to learn about astronomy in a very hands-on kind of way. So one of the things that I like about the Astronomical League is that a lot of the clubs, if you're a club member, you are automatically enrolled as an AL member. When people say, what telescope should I get? I say, well, first, join a club. Talk to the people. Find out what it is that they like or don't like about their equipment. Learn the sky and interact with folks. And I've yet to run into a situation in which interacting with folks hasn't been a good thing. So I have positive things to say in my journey of interacting with folks. And I want to say that that's included an awful lot of outreach. And it really brings me joy to hear speakers such as Nicolina, because I'm talking to 4, 5, 6-year-olds that are really knowing their stuff all the time, and to see what some of them are doing with it and seeing how they're incorporating that into outreach already is just tremendous. Talk about payback. So back to the observing programs. I want to talk a little bit about a couple of clubs. I want to give you a quick spotlight. I got special permission from the Tri-State Astronomers to use this graphic. They were a little concerned about getting scooped. They are coming out with some trading cards to give at outreach, whereby the club members have submitted images of commonly seen things through telescopes at outreach, and they are featuring their own astronomers on these trading cards with details about the objects, so that people who come to their star parties can leave with a souvenir and they have something to collect. They have quite a following of people that go from place to place to their star parties as well. And of course, it has a QR code and a way to get in touch with the club and that kind of thing. And it's a free will offering. It's just a beautiful thing to see. And I just thought the idea was just fantastic. Another club I'm associated with is Westminster Astronomical Society, again, also a member of the League. And in conjunction with the Astronomical Society of the Pacific, which I'm also affiliated with, They do enough outreach activities that they are consistently number one on the list of stars in the network on the page that's managed by the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and by the Astronomical Society of the Pacific. And this is folks who are clubs that are doing 30 or more events per 6 months, and anybody can go to Night Sky Network, plug in their zip code, and find out what's going on in their neighborhood in terms of star parties or ways to see the sky with somebody who can guide them through it. Back to the observing programs. So the League has recently put up on the web a little chart that talks about where to begin. Because you go outside, you look up, you feel a sense of awe, and then the person next to you knows a couple of constellations. Well, how do you get to that point where you know a couple constellations and then build upon that? Well, there's a chart that shows that if you don't know where to begin, then if you're very young, like under 10, you can become part of the Sky Puppy observing program. I have a niece that I helped through that program a couple years ago. And then if you're under 17, a youth astronomer program, and you keep progressing. And there's a whole lot of different programs for naked eye, for binoculars, for telescope. But if that's too involved, there's also observing challenges. And I want to point out some of those because those are really cool. There's a sort of the observational appetizers for the feast of observing programs available through the League. So this year, in honor of the Hubble 35th anniversary, NASA and the Astronomical League are doing monthly observing challenges. NASA posts on their website, and Astronomical League points to it as well, challenge objects for both the northern and the southern hemisphere. Now, to participate in this, all you got to do is observe one of these objects from either hemisphere. And if you are associated with the League, I don't think you have to be a member to do just the silver level monthly challenge, but I didn't put that in here. Then what you do, and this is really getting your critical eye honed in on some of these objects, is you either observe or image, doesn't matter which, but you'll need a telescope, one of these objects, and then you compare your drawing or your image to the Hubble image. And you draw a little box around your image, and sometimes you have to really expand it out to see it because some of these things are kind of small, to compare your image or drawing to what Hubble saw. Now, talk about a way to really hone in the eye on seeing some of the detail and to really appreciate what Hubble's out there doing and has done for us the past 35 years. This is a great way to approach it. So this is a monthly thing, and for those who've been doing it all the months for the year so far and continue to the end, if they also do 4 objects each month and an outreach, at least 4 outreach opportunities through the year, they can get a pin as well as a certificate. So nothing like a little gateway drug to get you into the larger programs. There's another new observing challenge, special challenge going on right now, Huygens Toes, and this is to get folks to watch the Titan shadow transit. There were 4 opportunities offered up. The latest one would have been last night, but there was over our section of the country a really thick blanket of clouds just over our part of the world, on account of we had the observatory reserved and everything all set up and people coming in the middle of the night. So of course, clouds, but 2 more chances. And for this one, you don't have to be a member of the League to receive a certificate for accomplishing this, but you do in order to get the pin part. So you basically go out, you observe, and it will take a telescope. My observation was done with an 8-inch Schmidt Cassegrain. and you draw or image what you saw. And in this case, we got to see a couple of moons in here too, but we got to see Titan's shadow cross Saturn. And then you do an outreach opportunity, which basically is anything from sharing with others what it is that the program's about to explaining what a shadow transit is. Perhaps it's even coming on Scott's Global Star Party to talk about it. It all counts as outreach towards this. You submit it, you get a pin, you get a certificate. And then also new is the International Observe the Moon Night Observing Challenge for 2025. Some of these, like this one, have to be done in a particular time period. So this one's within about a week of the International Observe the Moon Night. There's been several years now that they've done this one, and it's really a lot of fun. So again, you draw or image this section of the moon, and whatever objects that they're asking for you to identify, you mark them to your drawing or your image, and you send that in, and you can get a certificate for that. In this case, there's 4 Mare and 6 different Apollo mission landing sites that are going to be part of this challenge. The deadline is November. So once you get through some of those gateway drugs of observing challenges, you're probably going to be ready for any one of a number of observing programs. And there's a number of guides that the Astronomical League has available in their store. Anything from the Pathway to Stars, which is basically an astronomy 101 for folks. I get to talk to them all the time who join our club who say, I don't know anything, but I'm hoping to learn something, and that's why I'm joining. So there's wonderful publications like that to some real basic observing programs like Universal Sampler, which is truly a sampler of a whole lot of different things, including variable stars and constellations to find in the night sky. But wait, there's more, because while these are the published observing guides that might cost you a little bit, there's also quite a few that are available online for free. But I'll get to that in a second. These observing guides are part of the observing programs, and once you complete them, your name gets entered into the Astronomical League's database. And people can then search your name or your society's name or the observing program, and you're forever famous and published. Well, I don't know how famous, but there's the main observing programs pretty much all have these lovely pins that are shiny, and we all like shiny things as we get older. So they're fun to collect. But back to those free online guides. There's a whole lot of them. You don't need to buy anything. There's lots of handouts and useful information. There's observing tools. There's even a free astronomy textbook that's written by a PhD that's out there. And I'll show you some of those. But first, some of the nighttime sky tools that are available. First one that I see on the list when I go to the website is a staple that we use pages of all the time. And it's an 8-page that they've added many pages to, that John Goss really has illustrated many pages to. Anything from, are you ready for a telescope, to, is that a planet or a star? How do you identify things? What are the ABCs? Explaining altitude and azimuth in the sky. All kinds of
Yeah. And I just want to add that John Goss does amazing illustrations to breaking down all these concepts to make it easy to understand.
And all of his work ends up onto certainly Facebook, but also eventually onto the League's webpage. And they are available for use for download and as long as you are not charging for it, it even says duplication allowed and encouraged for all free distribution. So here's another great John Goss drawing. Which magnification should I use? A lot of times people's eyes will roll in the back of their heads when you say the four-letter word math. Okay, we see it happen all the time. But you need a little bit of math in order to understand what's going on with magnification and focal length and those kinds of things. And John's done a really wonderful job of breaking that down. And those are all linked on the web page. Another great example is the need for telescopes. Why do you need a telescope to see something? And it gets into the diameter of things and their distances and what that really means for comparing these apparent sizes and whatnot. But to that textbook, here we have one of our folks, I believe he's on the board, Dr. Aaron Clevenson, has written this wonderful book, Astronomy for Mere Mortals. That's us guys, okay? We don't get out of this otherwise. And here's just a couple little snippets from the table of contents from that text. And I was so impressed, even though it's all there in PDF form, for a small donation to his or the planetarium that he's worked from. You can get a printed copy that's spiral bound as well. I really love having this as a reference, and there is a page that in the future will have the errata and whatnot published to it. And then each month, the League, again, John Goss is a very busy guy on this. I don't know how they get so many pages out of them each month, but he does it. There is a monthly sky chart that's put up, but it's not like some of the other sky maps that you see out on the web, which are all fine too. This one actually helps you figure out how to do some star hopping in order to find objects. In this particular case, you can see that he's mapped out the summer triangle, Vega, Deneb, Altair, which is overhead this time of year. And also how you use the pointer stars on the Big Dipper to get to Polaris. And some of this material is also now available increasingly in Spanish on the website. So for reaching multiple audiences, that's available there too. And here's a sample of the September chart that's in Spanish. Haven't seen Portuguese there yet, though. I'm sure they'll work on that soon. Some of the newer night sky tools that are also available for any club to just duplicate and hand out at Outreach if you're looking for something to talk about. Here's navigating the mid-autumn night sky using the Great Square. There's lots of ways that you can use the Great Square of Pegasus for being able to point to objects that are in the sky to help find your way, sort of the 101 for star hopping. And then usually there is something called if you can only see one celestial event in the morning or in the evening for that particular month, see this one, and they'll show what you can expect to see from, for example, binoculars. And they'll explain what it is. It's a really, really nice way to introduce people into naked sky viewing, and then how a pair of binoculars can really be a wonderful first tool for stargazing. And then one more club spotlight would be Cincinnati Astronomical Society. They're going to be hosting the Alcon in 2026, and just announced they'll be doing it at the Marriott River Center in Covington, which all appears on the bottom of the poster, which tells us that September 12th at 7 p.m., it's a Friday, we will have Scott Harrington with the topic of where is the nearest black hole? as part of Astronomical League, for which the League is very grateful that Scott also does the technical orchestration to pull these off as well. So I'm going to pause there and ask if there are any questions.
Well, I don't think there's any questions in particular, but people, Andrew Corkill is an enthusiastic Astronomical League member, and he is using, he's working through the Astronomical League's imaging programs using a C-Star S50. And so I think that that's great that these smart scopes are also being used to achieve observing goals. But Andrew is a little bit newer to astrophotography, with the exception that I was with him at Mead Instruments, and Andrew was chiefly responsible for launching what was called Mead's Deep Sky Imaging camera. And that camera, many thousands of people got started in astrophotography with that camera system. So, congratulations to Andrew for doing all of that and engaging the audience in the way that he did. Now he's doing, he loves observing double stars, variable stars. He's quite serious about it. Can't get out of town much, but so he does most of this from his backyard, has an observatory in his backyard. So, and he's a faithful participant here on Global Star Party as well. So, I think that the programs that the League has are amazing, and who knows how many lives have been touched through the Astronomical League, both amateur and professional. So anyways, thank you so much, Lori. And I don't have. Did anyone else from our side have any questions for Lori before we move on?
Well, I'll just finish by saying I've usually got about 3 to 6 of those programs going at any one time. So many of them are meant to be viewed over the course of a year. And while you're waiting for the Earth to make its way around the sun, sometimes you got to jump to another program just to keep your momentum going.
That's true. That's true. Okay, well, our next speaker is Professor Karim Jaffer, and he is with the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada in the Montreal Center, and he is a co-host of this event, and we are going to bring you on. I'd like to isolate you here if I could. Let me see.
Isolate me, right? Pick us off one at a time.
That's right. Here we go. Okay. All right. So I've given you the stage, Karim, and thanks for coming on.
Awesome. My pleasure. Hi, everyone. It's great to be back to another Global Star Party. The last time I was in at a Global Star Party, it was really kind of chaotic for me because I was at a balloon launch and we were trying to do some research out there with the balloon launch, and had the students with me. We were trying to set up telescopes at the same time, trying to work through a little bit of the technical glitches that we were having at the time. And that particular balloon launch didn't go as well as we'd hoped, but I've got some updates for you on that, a few RASC check-ins, and I want to talk about a couple of interesting research things that have been going on here in the Montreal area with students. Before I do, when Lori was presenting on the Hubble Challenge, I reached back into my email and quickly grabbed out my January certificate for the silver level, but I think to all outreach educators and teachers, one of the biggest things we can do for our students is to lead by example. Is when we talk to them about imaging competitions or challenges or observing programs, if we can get out there and do it alongside them and show them that we are also getting our hands dirty, rolling up our sleeves and setting up the equipment, going through all the frustrations that sometimes accompany astronomy, it makes them feel more connected, and it gives them that personal connection to you where they will come and ask you questions and be more receptive to mentorship and to ideas and really kind of come back and talk to you afterwards. And I'm bringing this up because this past Friday, I decided impromptu just to do a reunion event for some of the older astronomy students that have graduated and have left, a couple of the ones that are still there now, and the ones that have even finished university and are off working. And we had well over 24 on a Friday evening for a couple of hours, just sit down and chat. And they were from 10 different graduating years. And so having them sit and share their experiences and network amongst each other, for a while there, I just kind of sat back once everything got started and just kind of watched it, wove in and out of some of those conversations. And you start to see the mentorship that they're providing, and you remember what they were like when they first came into your classroom. And that's kind of the reason why we do what we do. So I'm going to share with you a little bit of that, but I also want to focus on two particular student research projects. One from Concordia University, which some of you may have seen in the news, which was the Star Sailor launch that happened just a few days ago. And the other is the balloon launch that I talked to you about at the last Global Star Party that I was able to join. And I want to give you an update on what's happening with our balloon project between myself with the RASC Montreal Center, McGill University, and University of Victoria in British Columbia. Now, before I do that, I always start with a land and sky acknowledgement because we are not only on unceded Indigenous lands, but we also share the night sky with Indigenous peoples and cultures from across the world and across time. And we typically can see that in action when we look at the lunar month and how we refer to that moon. Here in the northern part of North America, especially, the settlers would refer to this as the sturgeon moon. And they would be talking about this moon and connecting it to one of the essential proteins, the fish that they would use to really kind of ensure that they would have food for their communities throughout the winter as well, by curing the fish and creating jerky and having that available to them. And the sturgeon is kind of a really interesting fish because its DNA really hasn't changed for well over 300 million years.
Wow.
So what you're seeing in that fish is what your ancestors and what the settlers first saw when they came across here. But other parts of the country will see other things happening in nature and refer to the moon accordingly. So the Mi'kmaq of the East Coast refer to this as the berry ripening moon. And I mention this because during the Perseid events, I was talking about the berry ripening moon and how when you go to the farmers markets right now, you're getting these incredible berries from New Brunswick. And we have one of our New Brunswick astronomers with us here tonight. So maybe he'll talk to us a little bit about how delicious those blueberries are right now. We had our 2025 Papacosmos Perseids event just last Tuesday, 1 week ago. And I was really happy that David was able to join us for not just the poetry setting at the start, but also to share a few stories of Konstantin Papacosmos, one of our longtime members who passed away just a couple of years ago, and who really was kind of, when you talk about an eagle-eyed observer, Konstantin is the one that comes to our minds. But the night before the Papacosmos Perseids event, we held an outreach event for MDA Space. Now, MDA Space is the company that does a lot of the robotics and communication satellites for the Canadian Space Program. They also do a whole set of, these days, CubeSats and small satellite networks that go up to space. And they did the original Canadarm 2, and they're currently working on the Canadarm 3 for the Lunar Gateway program. So I was really happy that 3 of my recent students came out to give Perseids talks. And what really surprised me is these 3 gave the talks to MDA at 3 different sessions. The following night, I had a student that graduated more than 5 years ago giving the talk to the public audience, and all four of them were connected, had the same source material, but they decided to all take their own approach and they went their own way with the presentation. And I thought that that was really an amazing thing to see, is where you would expect, students, especially when they're doing something kind of volunteer, to look for, shortcuts or collaborate. They each wanted to give a specific part of the meteor shower event that they were really interested in sharing. And they all had different highlights and different order of materials and everything. And it's wonderful to see that as a teacher, and even to see that as an outreach coordinator, that you really do have everyone seeing the night sky in their own way. And that's where this theme that Terry Mann came up with really kind of beckons to us, that we really do have this limitless set of minds in terms of how we see the night sky. And we had MDA inside, but we also had them setting up on the field, and we ended up with over 300 people from the MDA community out with us on the Monday night. On the Tuesday night, things went a little insane because we ended up with over 700, and we don't have a capacity for that. So we ended up having to end the event early and explain to people that, it's a little bit hard for us to fit in cars when you really only have the parking for a couple of hundred. But that Tuesday night, really interesting thing happened towards the end of our Perseids night. We did see a couple of really nice fireballs, some beautiful, beautiful meteors that kind of stay with you. And then we saw this thing in the night sky. It was this sort of a spiral sort of structure giving off these weird sort of glows. And that was the stage 2 separation of the Ariane 6 rocket that had just launched. And we got to see that from Montreal, and people saw that from the entire east side of Canada and New England up to the northeast. It was wonderful to see, because it was one of those moments where these launches are going on. We actually had friends down in Florida watching the launch of the Vulcan, but it doesn't often carry a path where we get to see it in Montreal. And this time we did. Our next event that we're working towards now is our Townsend Lecture. And I wanted to share this with our Global Star Party audience because we've made it co-modal, which means that you can join us virtually. Bit.ly link is Townsend 2025. And our speaker, Dr. Lisa Dang, is a new prof at the University of Waterloo, and she studies the atmosphere and the conditions on lava planets, which are planets like our Earth, terrestrial exoplanets that are too close to their parent star for any stable configuration, any stable sort of life-affirming environment, and instead have incredibly toxic and harsh and hot and really just not very pleasant environments for trying to imagine astrobiology taking place over there. We also are working towards the International Observe the Moon Night, and what Lori was talking about, I know we're planning on including that in a little bit of our work for the moon observing talk that is happening that night. But we've decided to partner with a local project that looks at dark skies and trying to create these artistic connections to the dark sky. And it's called Dark Sky Preserve, and they're going to be there to share with us poetry, live music, recorded music on the field while we observe, and a constellations activity. And that constellations activity is going to give us a little bit of the star stories that people themselves can come up with, as well as connect them to the star stories from different cultures and different peoples. At the RASC nationally, last month, well, actually at the start of this month, we published our most recent edition of our RASC journal. And our RASC journal is something that I don't really talk about too much on the Global Star Parties, but I kind of should, because this is our compilation of some incredibly great articles, research being done, analysis, retrospectives. And so I wanted to highlight a couple of the things in this particular journal, and all RASC members get access to the journal digitally, or you can choose to pay just a little bit extra and get a print copy at home. So we have in all of our RASC journals a wonderful article from David. And David, this time around, talked a little bit about his thesis work on looking at Shakespearean references to comets and stars in the night sky, but then focused it more on Shakespearean references to time, which is just a fascinating read. We also had an article from one of my friends, David Chapman from the Halifax Center in Nova Scotia, on that annular eclipse that we had on March 29th, 2025, where that annular eclipse was happening exactly at sunrise in our eastern part of Canada. And you could actually watch that entire, the bullhorns that the Egyptians would see above the water. And so he talks a little bit about the experience and how he moved from point to point to try to see this as clearly as he could. And then one article stood out, and Scott, you're going to like this, is John Percy wrote up an article on the presentation that he did for us for the International Astronomy Day Stars Across Canada event.
Very nice.
And he references the fact that, we invited him, and then he did this retrospective of his 60 years. And so he wanted to walk everybody through that so that even if you didn't watch it, you could read and see some of the references, and he could really kind of put some of the dates into context with the names. And that was a wonderful thing to see in the journal. And I'm going to reach out to John to say thank you, because I hadn't had a chance to read the journal until this past weekend. And it was wonderful to see us referenced. So our Global Star Party
That's great.
is there.
Yeah, send him my regards.
I will. And then a neat thing happened over the last few weeks, and then today or yesterday it actually got sent out to me, is our national media has picked up the story of the RASC, and they've focused on two particular RASC members, one of which is this crazy guy with eclipse glasses that you see there with his family. And they talk about the outreach that we do at the RASC. And I'm so glad to see it being highlighted on a national audience, but also to see that it's all of the RASC and the welcomingness and that camaraderie that you get by sharing your passion of the night sky. And when Lori says that, that first thing you tell someone is go to a society, be a member, be out there with people, talk to them, see why they use the telescopes that they use. That's what the Astronomical League and the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada provide here in North America, is all of those centers, all of those societies, all of those clubs, and resources to help them with the outreach and the education and the programming and the observing journey that we are all on. Now, speaking of that, it's not just the amateur astronomers, the educators that are a part of this outreach. We also have the professional astronomers. And here in Canada, we have our CASCA, our professional society, and we've been working with them over the past, 150 years in different capacities with the RASC. But we also have an incredible organization on the West Coast, which is the Astronomical Society of the Pacific. And for those of you who are curious, they have their virtual symposium this coming Thursday. And I'm kind of frustrated that I don't get to join the virtual symposium because it's our first day of classes at my college. But they're doing something really neat the night before the virtual symposium. And some of you may remember that I've talked about doing a star party with one of our star storytellers, Wilford Buck, in the past. And I have his book here with me on tellings of the night sky. And they recently published a documentary about his life, and it's really pulls no punches. It talks about what it's like to be an Indigenous person in Canada, but to be an Indigenous astronomer, and trying to share why you tell the stories you tell and how it connects to nature. And that the actual documentary is incredibly moving. And so tomorrow night at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, 5 o'clock Pacific, there will be a virtual live streaming of the actual documentary, followed by a conversation with Wilford Buck and Daniela Scalise from the NASA astrobiology program. And this is in part sponsored by SETI. And with Seth here, I wanted to make sure to give the Global Star Party audience a chance, if you're interested in registering. This is because it's sponsored, it's a free public event, and you don't have to be attending the symposium to attend this event tomorrow night. So if you go to the Astronomical or the Astronomical Society of the Pacific website, astrosociety.org, and you follow the links for registering for this webinar, you'll be able to watch this incredible documentary and listen in on the conversation and even potentially ask a question in the Q&A part of the webinar format. Now, I did want to spend a few minutes talking about some of the hands-on student research that we see happening here in the Montreal area. And the one that I wanted to really highlight that I'm not a part of actively, but that I've worked with Space Concordia over these last 7-8 years that they've worked on this, is the Star Sailor project. So since 2018, this group of, over the last 7 years, more than 100 students per year working on different components of the rocket part of the work that they do. Space Concordia has a rocket team, they have a propulsion team, they have a satellite design team, a health and astronaut health and anatomy and space team, and an education and outreach team. And just looking at the propulsion and the rocket team, they worked together over these last years. And just a couple of days ago at 5:34 in the morning on August 15th, they launched Star Sailor from a remote site in northern Quebec in cooperation with a Cree community. So it was a First Nations and student university group combined effort to go out there, set up, and have the very first space launch from Canadian soil in 25 years.
Wow.
The first with a university-built liquid fuel rocket, and the first launch achieved solely by a student team. That was incredible.
That's
So,
awesome.
along with several of my colleagues, we got up early in the morning, watched the live stream, saw that launch happen, and watching the faces of this team of students that have put so much of their heart and soul into this project as the rocket lifted off. Now, the rocket itself had an early separation, so they're still analyzing the data to figure out exactly what the height and the trajectory was of the overall payload to see whether they did pass the Kármán line. So we don't know 100% if they made it to space, but getting to this point where you have the successful launch in an entirely student-led project. And the thing that I want to point out, for those of you who remember your university days or are in university or in high school aiming towards college or university, these student design teams, this isn't course credit. This isn't something they get paid for. Most of them are taking full course loads. Some of them are in co-op as well, and doing these design team projects, which means evenings, weekends, holidays. They are working on a goal and they're learning what it means to be part of a team. And then you get these moments of the launch where it's tumultuous, it's chaotic, but you're there and you get to actually see the culmination of your dreams. And then you also get that moment to reflect, because you're in northern Quebec, you're away from all light pollution. And the Space Concordia kids posted this picture on their Gina Cody Engineering School, which is the school that they all belong to at Concordia University, which is the primary funder of this project, along with the Trottier Foundation and a few others. And that feeling that's captured in that photo is as moving as the feeling that's captured in this photo. I don't know if I'm alone in that. I don't think I am. I know Dr. Barth knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
This is what sends chills down your spine. And I'm hoping, if everything works out, that we will have at least one, if not a large group of these students present to the RASC Montreal Center within the next year. But I know right now they're catching up on sleep, getting ready for their fall term, and trying to figure out whether they actually made it to space. So there's no way I'm going to try to get them to come and talk to me right now. And then I wanted to give you an update on this incredible balloon project that I get to work on. You've got Dr. Andrew Higgins there in the bottom corner. He is the lead on the McGill side, and these are a bunch of his students that are working. We've got Oriana, Oliver, Yorgo, Nader. Nader's part of our RASC team, but then you've got Ben and Matthias as well. And they have been working really hard for this balloon launch. And I wanted to share with you a few different clips. So this is what the balloon release mechanism looks like when the payload actually comes back down. This is Ben holding it and Yorgo watching and setting up the release. And so that allows for the termination of the actual balloon so that it can come back down. This is what the balloon looks like up in the sky with its beacon. And Oliver actually managed to catch this video. And the way the beacon works is it's off for 10 seconds, on for 10 seconds, off for 10 seconds. So right now you'll see it turn on and it'll stay on for 10 seconds. And so 10 seconds from now, that beacon light will go off. And that profile is what we're trying to capture in our cameras. So Andrew was actually able to catch this wonderful time lapse of the balloon coming across his field of view, a very high ISO, so we could actually see the balloon, we could see the stars, we could see the clouds and everything. And you can see now the beacon light will turn on in a moment, turn off, turn on, turn off. And that's what we're trying to capture, but we're trying to capture it not at the site of the balloon launch, but at a site a little distance away. And since the GPS and everything are working, if everything goes well, we capture the balloon launch from the balloon site as it moves away from us, from a site near its maximum point so that we can watch it at a relatively stable altitude and hopefully get a good photometric curve. And then we follow the GPS coordinates, we find the location area in a farm field where it's dropped down, and we can retrieve the entire payload and package like we did on July 24th, the day after our unsuccessful attempt on July 23rd. So July 24th, we got the launch. We got photos and videos from the launch site. We had the GPS working the entire time, sending down telemetry. We had a wonderful Python code written to take that telemetry, convert it to RAN deck, and try to move Nadir's telescope moment by moment by moment to track this balloon and be able to take images with a webcam that we can then configure, get all the calibration frames, and actually do the photometry. And you can see Yorgo there with the mosquito net. That's how bad they were that night. Nadir was braving it, and kudos to him. I was wearing a mosquito net as well the night before. The problem we had was there's a 15-degree offshoot between where the telescope is supposed to be pointing and where it's pointing. And we have been working on different evenings with different attempts with the same mount. We tried accounting for daylight savings. We tried changing time zone. We tried using the actual GPS receiver and just moving it around down a hill. And the telescope seems to always end up off by 15 degrees. So at the moment, we're trying a different mount. If the different mount doesn't work, then we're going to rewrite the code from scratch because somewhere we're making some sort of a mistake between that connection between RA-DEC and what the actual GPS is giving us. So we're still working hard on that research project. That side of what RASC does, the connection with the students and being able to share a little bit of their journey as young scientists, watching them really blossom in the projects that they do, is one big side of why we do the mentorship that we do at the RASC Montreal Center. The other side is because these students have no access to an actual night sky. Montreal is the most polluted city in terms of light pollution per capita per annum in the entirety of North America.
Wow.
Part of that is because in the wintertime, our ice and our snow reflects back the artificial light. And part of that is just really, really, really bad lighting. And we've had the darkest spot in the entire island is where our 14-inch telescope is in our Bellevue Observatory. That's the best we can do on the island. When we go off the island, I will sit there with my students and I'll tell them how amazing it is to go to Thompson Park or to go down to our Woolly Wood site. And I'll be sharing with them how much you can see. And they'll come out there and they'll see, that arm of the Milky Way just very, very thinly appearing. And that with your eyes, you can just kind of see a little bit of fuzz somewhere near where Andromeda should be. It's not a dark sky, but it's the closest I can take them as their teacher. And so I talk to them about when they go on vacation, try to go look for dark sky. And the person I'm bringing on today from New Brunswick, Stéphane Picard, is the role model when it comes to trying to get an actual, not just a community, not just a society, but an entire province to jump on board with the need for dark skies. So, Scott, I'd like to introduce Stéphane from Cliff Valley Astronomy and turn the next bit over to him.
Okay.
Well, good evening, everybody. I gotta admit, as an astronomer, I don't get starstruck much, but seeing everybody on the screen tonight has left me pretty impressed. So I'm super proud and happy to be here. And thank you, Karim, for making this happen. And I'm gonna jump into it, folks. It's probably the type of conversation you don't see often. We're going to talk a little bit more about tourism than astronomy itself, but I'll bring a scientific approach to it in the sense that we're going to talk marketing, which is the business, the science of business. So can everybody see my screen here? I'll just...
You see the Zoom screen. Okay.
Yeah, I got to launch my...
there you
presentation. I apologize. I gotta move some stuff around here. There we go.
It's all right.
And all right. Does
Very
everybody
nice.
see my screen? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So a little bit about myself. Stéphane Picard. I live in the St. John region of New Brunswick. I'm about an hour and a half from the U.S. border connecting to Maine. I grew up in New Brunswick on a border town that had the St. John River separate the two countries. I would cross the bridge to go to Fort Kent, Maine. So I'm well familiar with our audience from the U.S. I grew up in a very small town that as soon as you stepped outside, you had your eyes filled with stars. So that kind of began my interest with the night sky and being a little bit of a nerd and all that. So fast forward, being an astronomer and all that. During the pandemic, I jokingly say I made the mistake of jumping into astrophotography. So I really got the bug hard and started splurging on equipment and all that and started testing my skills. And at one point I realized it was going to be a 5-digit investment to get to the next level. So did okay professionally, but Karen, my fiance, and I love to travel. We got grandkids to spoil, so didn't want to really give anything up. And I said, well, why don't I start a business showing the night sky to people like the way I see it as an astronomer? Because nowadays, not everybody is spending thousands of dollars on equipment or spending the hundreds, if not thousands of hours learning the night sky, the equipment, and so forth. So sure enough, we started with that. My background is over 25 years of business marketing. So you'll see where my skill sets as an astronomer and my business background came together to make myself a bit of an entrepreneur. And in the first year, so this is about 2.5 years ago, we just started doing private star parties where we would get hired. But I knew New Brunswick, our little province, punched above its weight for dark sky sites. We had 4, we still have 4 for a province our size. That's quite good. We were also a year out from the last year's total solar eclipse. So I started paying attention to astro-tourism and quickly understood that it was, if not the fastest, one of the fastest growing travel and tourism segments in the world. And sure enough, with the advent of the eclipse coming, that created a lot of opportunities. So my little company switched from just doing star parties and started focusing on astrotourism. So what this has led to, we've created some different, I call them business units. The first one, Dark Sky Destinations, is I like to refer it to as a network of astro-lodging, similar to like Airbnb. We work with tourism operators from campgrounds to Airbnb rentals to inns to cottages and even hotels on promoting their location because they have a great access to a dark sky. Most of our partners are located in rural coastal areas because you're away from urban and suburban lights and all that. So in our first year, we had 4 partners, very humble beginnings. Last year, we finished at 30 partners. And so far this year, we've now hit 70 partners and landed today my first partner in Ontario. So we're slowly growing and all that. We've also created some events, one for the April 8, 2024 eclipse and one for this past March partial solar rising, and another adventure. If you notice the 2 logos on the bottom right there, CVA Adventures. So we've partnered up with a travel agency out of Toronto where we're going to be doing astro bucket list trips around the world. We've already sold some packages to the total solar eclipse in Egypt in 2027, and now we're offering Iceland and Spain next year as well for those people that want to check off their bucket list of seeing a total solar eclipse abroad. And what I've done is, from a standpoint of astrotourism, typically it's been somebody has a property or has an accommodation in the great night sky, and their game has been attracting them to people to go to them. What I've done is I'm looking more at the experience itself, and we've developed what's our profiles of what are different astrotourists, from socializers, inquisitors, explorers, and collectors. They all have a variance knowledge of the night sky, and also, as you get more niche, an increasing willingness to pay more money for the right experience. So what does that mean for the tourism sector? It means everybody can get a chunk of the market, no matter your size or how much you adopt astrotourism into your operations and so forth. And this is based from anybody that's knows a bit of marketing. It's segmentation, the saying of birds of a feathers hang together. You then understand the behaviors, the earning power, and all their different traits as subgroups, and that's how you target well your audience to make your business grow and gain some revenues. So where are we in the world? So as you can see in the map here, we're New Brunswick. We're east of Maine. So we're on the East Coast, and we're very small. We're one of the 4 original provinces that started the country. We're roughly about an 8-hour drive in St. John, where I'm at, which is, I don't know if you guys see my cursor. I'm about here in the southern part of the province. It's about an 8-hour drive to get to Montreal, to Boston, and maybe a 12-hour drive to New York and Toronto. So within the day's drive, we're accessing major centers and all this and that. Why does that matter? We'll get to that in a second. This is pretty much our big cities and towns in New Brunswick. I'm just on the outskirts of St. John. I'm 15 minutes from the uptown core, and I have a Bordeaux 3 in my backyard. Why? 85% of New Brunswick is forested. So not only do we have an abundance of a dark sky, they're easily accessible even from our larger cities. You don't need to drive more than 10, 15 minutes. Actually, St. John has a urban star park, which was accredited through the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada. It was the first urban star park in all of Canada. Also, with water on 3 sides of the province, gives natural barriers away from that gives a site that doesn't get light pollution because nobody's building on water right now. What we have a rich cultural diversity. We have Anglo, Acadian, Indigenous, and European settlers that populated the region. We got a rich history. 150 years ago, we were an economic power in shipbuilding, timber. St. John was like and Halifax were like comparable to the New York of the time. We have some beautiful natural beauty. We have the famed Bay of Fundy on our southern coast, which hosts the highest tides in the world, thanks to the moon. Moves in over 100 billion tons of water twice a day, in and out. So that makes the tides go up and down 30 to 40 feet at a time. We got beautiful, lush river valley systems, the St. John River, the Miramichi, Restigouche, and more. We got rugged coasts, we got sandy beaches, we got beautiful forests and land. Like I mentioned, we're 85% forested, which is as a percentage, the highest forested province in all the country. And we have also, because of that, some of the richest biodiversity in the world. Some of it, the Fundy Biosphere is one of 2 UNESCO sites here on the Bay of Fundy that actually meets the historical UNESCO Stonehammer Geopark, which is they've discovered many fossils that date so far back, hundreds of millions of years ago and all that. It's the only place in North America where 2 UNESCO sites overlap around the community of St. Martin's. So we have lots to offer. We're called the Picturesque Province. These are images from our provincial tourism department. Speaking of the tides, on the left is the Hopewell Rocks. This is where the tide goes up over 30 feet, and at high tide you barely see the top of those rocks with the trees, and then at low tide you're walking on the floor of the Bay of Fundy. And at the Hopewell Rocks Provincial Park, you can even have dinner on the floor of the Bay of Fundy. So it's quite an experience. And then to the upper right is the sea caves here, not far from where I live in St. Martin's. And then below here are some cabins in the winter at Mount Carlton Provincial Park, which is also a dark sky preserve in northwest New Brunswick. So we have the beauty, we have the dark skies. These are our 4 current certified dark sky sites. 3 of them are dark sky preserves: Mount Carlton, Couchibukwak National Park, Fundy National Park, and like I mentioned, also the Irving Nature Park, which is on the west side of the city of St. John. So that gives you a little bit of perspective. St. John, the second largest city in our province, is home to a urban star park, which I think this is where I met Karim and his lovely family for the first time. Was it last summer or the summer previous?
It was 3 summers ago, and then we were there again this summer. And this summer I got to see that Hopewell Rocks. We were there at high tide, and then came back at low tide, and the kids even did the kayaking in the middle. It was incredible, that almost 100 feet difference.
Yeah.
Between 6 hours of it was just I'm still speechless.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's quite a phenomenon to witness. So no, it was great finally meeting you there at the Irving Nature Park back then, and we did get a little bit of stargazing in with some of our local friends as well. So that was a great time. So this is the advantage that I quickly understood from a marketing standpoint. So within that hour's drive is the most light polluted areas in North America. And also for us, from a tourism standpoint, it is also the richest market in the world when you take into account southern Quebec, southern Ontario, all the way through New England and into all the way New York, New Jersey, and those area. That's a region that has $9 trillion of output GDP US dollars every year. It is the richest concentration of wealth in the world. And if they're already coming to New Brunswick for our natural beauty, but also look at this from a light pollution standpoint. It really opens up once you reach us, right? So yes, there's parts of Maine as well, but this is like the Allagash waterway. There's not a whole lot of civilization here. It is a great experience to kayak or canoe the Allagash waterway, but in New Brunswick, our tourism is well evolved, and we got a lot to offer and all that. So if you look back to the Irving Nature Park here, and we already have Fundy National Park as a dark sky preserve, I started getting some engagement with local economic players and also provincial players from the tourism standpoint and so forth. And I could see in my mind the formation of a dark sky corridor that could be within reach. It started really taking shape once I was hired by the St. Martin's Chamber of Commerce for this community here on the east side of St. John, where it's a small community, about 5,000 people live there, but the land mass is quite great. They just amalgamated a couple of years ago, and tourism is probably the largest sector. But because of its proximity to the city of St. John, they mostly get day trip visitors, and only mostly during the summer peak season. So you're good for 5 months of the year. The remaining 7 months, when winter rolls around, there hasn't been a lot of interest traditionally to visit this small community who has heavily relied on tourism as an economic engine. Well, once I started presenting to their chamber, I quickly explained how astro-tourism not only levels the playing field for small rural coastal regions from a tourism standpoint. I say it's a great equalizer, but if you're offering a dark sky experience or an astro-tourism strategy, instead of doing day trips, people might convert and spend the night or more nights in the community. And when that happens, based on some studies at the US National Park System, the spending in the communities increases. Let's say a typical family of 4, if they stayed in a campground, it would more than triple. If they stayed in any other kind of accommodations like inns or cottages or Airbnb, it's sometimes 4.5 times the spend. So if they're typically spending $125 on a day trip for gas and activity and a meal, well, when you get them to stay overnight, now they're paying for accommodations. Now they need more meals, which means more restaurants can benefit. They have more time for more activities, so more operators benefit. And there's residual spending that happens, like shopping, visiting museums, etc., and all that. So economic development agencies and tourism boards here quickly realize the economic might. Also, it helps because, as we all know, astronomy is great during the winter or year round. The sky changes and all that. Winter, we see stuff much earlier in the sky and all that. We can help extend the shoulder seasons to be more attractive for tourists and visitors. So if you're owning a business in tourism and you rely on 5 months, if you have a crappy summer, it's making for a tough year. But if you can level out your business in the remaining 7 months, then you have a better chance of getting to a point where you break even or even turn a profit. Again, we're a handful of years after the pandemic. This sector is still recovering a lot. So once the chamber decided to hire me to help them down the road to seek a certification for as a dark sky community, my vision really started coming to shape, because the remaining 3 sites I was thinking of are actually owned by our province's tourism department. There are 3 provincial parks. So We know they're interested. We've been having the conversation, and all of a sudden, this corridor was taking shape. The more I looked into it, once this comes through, we have all 6 sites certified at various levels of dark sky accreditation. We will have 6 certified sites within 100 miles. And so far, our research is showing that that will be the highest concentration of dark sky sites anywhere in the world.
That's wonderful.
So our tourism department is loving that we could plant the flag like that. And also, all it does, it's complementing everything this province has been doing from the tourism standpoint with all the come see our nature and all that. Most visitors are discovering our dark sky by accident. We have countless stories of tourism operators saying they get visitors from Toronto and New York, and the kids or the parents freak out at seeing so many stars in the skies. So right then and there, that told me that we can also use astro-tourism as a pillar of our messaging for tourism as a way to attract more people. From a standpoint of us here, from a tourism standpoint, it's slow tourism, we call it. People want to stay longer, right? Which of course has benefits for the tourism sector. It's regenerative tourism because you got it in doing dark sky accreditation, you're finding synergy with environmental causes and ecological preserves and so forth. So there's a benefit to that that goes beyond tourism. It's wildlife, it's the environment, it's human health and everything like that. And one of the newer I'm saying it's also intelligent tourism, right? This is a return to believing into science and experiencing around the world. So we're well into the efforts of creating these 4 additional dark sky sites. We're taking the community of Fundy St. Martin's through the Dark Sky International process to become a dark sky community. And we will begin, hopefully very soon, the 3 provincial parks of Hopewell Rocks, which you saw a picture earlier, and also the newest Fundy Trail Provincial Park, which is pretty much at the edge of the limit of the municipality of Fundy St. Martin's. And also further west towards the US border is New River Beach. And that will be our initial corridor. We have hopes to potentially, as time rolls on, maybe adding more dark sky sites in future years, so to expand on it and all that. But this provides also the largest coastal area of protected dark sky, I think, in North America, which is another thing we want to. So there's a lot of wins here, and we're getting a lot of support. And like I said, the ball's been rolling, and we hope it keeps rolling at the brisk pace it's going. Any questions so far?
Wow, I'm just really fascinated with your business model, and we do know that across the country that astrotourism is growing.
Yes.
So there's a rise in interest. You seem perfectly positioned to take advantage of so many resources. You're providing an intellectually stimulating wellness program, through stargazing, and and gosh, it's only an hour and a half drive from your big city to get there. So really, hats off to you for putting it all together and being able to articulate that and to be able to provide that to your clientele. I think it's great.
Yep. No, thank you, Scott. I really appreciate that. So again, as being the mad scientist marketer I am, I get away with my ideas sometimes. So this is how I'm seeing astrotourism from a promotional standpoint from my own company for the province. We've created 3 astro regions. They're all unique in what they have to offer and all that. So we're not just saying come here and enjoy our stars. We're actually applying some quite advanced marketing efforts to develop not only the market, not only develop the product, but also making it that it from start to end, no matter your level of knowledge of the night sky, you know you're in for a great experience.
Wonderful.
Coming back to the Dark Sky Network, Dark Sky Destinations partners that we have with the Astro Lodging and all that, this is kind of how the map of New Brunswick looks, where our partners are across the province right now. And we do have one partner in Nova Scotia who's an astronomer you might have heard of, Tim Doucette. And also today I signed my first partner in Ontario, because I was there last week on the contract. It was my first out-of-province contract to the beautiful and famed Muskoka region, which is about 2.5 hours north of Toronto, and it's bearing fruit to expand. I'm always went into this, I'm passionate about astronomy. I'm passionate about developing stuff that will benefit people, to businesses and all that. So I'm always minded on growth. I'm not going to be happy with just reaching a certain level and saying, okay, that's it. It's always what's next. I'm always trying to innovate with ideas and innovation. So
Thank you.
we've been getting a lot of attention, and not to say tonight, I am super excited as an astronomer to finally be on my first global star party. But in the past 6 months, we've gotten quite a bit of attention from regional, national, and international media. We've been in Forbes twice, National Geographic once, I think Space.com 5 times, and 2 weeks ago I was on the nationally broadcasted radio show with 2 other astro-tourism experts from Canada. And because I work closely with our province's tourism department, they do have a travel media representative who hires an agency that tracks all the PR that we get. And so far, in a little bit over 6 months, we've gotten over $20 million in measured media exposure. For a small company, of course, I couldn't afford that. But even from our province standpoint, the ROI is significant, catering and putting the word out about our offering from a dark sky and astro-tourism perspective. So it's kind of a hot topic.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. So what does the future hold? I'm bad for puns. Stay tuned. All I can say, it's looking up.
Very good, Stefan. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Apologies for the puns.
Yeah. And I'll toss out there that any of you out there watching this program, if you're thinking of taking up a career in astrotourism, watch this segment again and again. He put out a lot of good information. So thank you very much, Stefan.
No, thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate being here.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Okay.
Karim. Let me stop sharing. There we go.
Here we go. Okay, so we are running just a couple of minutes behind, but not too far. Daniel Barth, our treasured STEM leader and astronomy professor and good friend, has agreed to come on to Global Star Party yet again. And his program today is, he's an educator, so it's teaching the geometry of the solar system. So, Daniel, I'm going to give you the stage, man.
Hey there, Scott. Just want to say tonight is special for me. It's the 5th anniversary of Global Star Party, but it's also 10 years now of my association with Explore Scientific. I started 10 years ago, and Scott and I have been friends for about 30 years.
Yes.
And we both knew each other when we were in the business, so to speak. I was selling telescopes. He was working as a representative for Meade. And we were friends back in Southern California. And then lost touch. And then 10 years ago, the University of Arkansas hired me as a professor of STEM education, and I was starting the Astronomy for Educators program. And doing that, I said, "Oh, there's this company in my area, and I need some equipment." And I wandered into Scott's office, and he looked up and he said, "I know you." And it was kind of a fun reunion for both of us. But astronomy education has been my passion for more than 40 years. And I just wanted to take you on a tale. I see an awful lot, and a lot of my good friends here on Global Star Party are marvelous astrophotographers. That's not my forte, friends. It's not my forte. What I do best is teach astronomy and inspire beginners. When I started teaching, I was told you can't do that. I was teaching high school at the time and wanted to teach astronomy. I was told you can't do that. There's no book. To which I confidently said, I'll write one. And I got poo-pooed on that. No, you can't do that. And I said, sure, I can. And things kind of went from there. Much like Stefan, my business, if you will, expanded because the market was there and the desire was there on my part, and the enthusiasm, the unfilled need was there. So my passion has always been teaching astronomy, and I have gone in a different direction from Stefan said, oh, he needed a 5-figure investment to start off and really get into astrophotography. And my emphasis has always been, no, you don't need that. Let's start you out with nothing. Let's go out like Galileo did, perhaps with a pair of binoculars or a small telescope, maybe not. Let's go out and observe the sky and see what we can learn. One of the interesting things when we're talking about learning about the sky, if we go back to fundamentals, how does the solar system work? And even something as simple as how do the phases of the moon work? Why do we see the phases of the moon? Why do we only see one side of the moon? And in fact, I taught all these things on basically zero budget. And although I've written, let's see if I can figure out how to share here. I think, there we go, share.
There you go.
Am I sharing the screen? I don't know if I am or not.
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet? It says Alt F5.
Green button. You'll see, you'll pick the window that you want to share and then commit to it.
Oh, I'm clicking the, I'm not seeing it. Rats. I'm seeing the little green arrow that says share.
Yes.
But let's see. Let's try it again. Share.
Yeah,
there we
and then
go. There we
you
go.
grab the.
Okay.
Okay, you're good?
Yeah, I'm good. Okay, so I'm going to pick something here and share, and I'm hoping, I don't know if you all are seeing this or not. Rats.
Not yet.
Okay. There we
So
go.
You have to hit.
Do we see it now?
Go. Yes, sir. Something.
Good. Okay.
Astronomy for Educators from Daniel E. Barth.
This is my most popular book, and it's free. Basically, when I came to the University of Arkansas, 2015, so 10 years ago now, and they have a thing where they fly you in for an interview, and someone said, "Well, a professor at a major university like this is a big deal, essentially. And what do you want to do with your professorship?" And I said, I want to change the way people teach science and astronomy in particular across this state, across this region, forever. And there were some eye rolls and some giggles. And within a couple of years, no one was laughing anymore. This is the book that I created for the course that I taught. And on reflection, I should have titled it Astronomy for Everyone. But essentially what I did is I drew on my experience teaching in Southern California, out in the barrio, in Hemet and San Jacinto. And there we have lots of low-income students, students with multiple backgrounds and multiple languages, and no money. And so I set about creating a way to teach astronomy on the cheap. And this book essentially is a list of projects that teachers and actually parents, interested people can do. And the idea was you could do this for $1 a student, to do it on very, very low cost. And over 10,000 schools worldwide in more than 65 countries use this. And it won the Global Campus Award in 2018, Best STEM Text. And then I gave it to the university on the condition that they give it away free to anyone who wanted it forever. And so you go to any search engine and you type in astronomy for educators, you can download this for free. And basically it's a host of things. How do you do astronomy for little or nothing? And one of the ways you do that is you go out in the night sky and you go ahead and do these things. Let's see if I can get back here. I want to see how I can change the screen that I'm teaching on, and I'm not sure. I'm feeling, for a STEM professor, I'm feeling, here we go. You are viewing sharing. Stop share, there we go. So I've stopped the share, and let's see if I can share a different screen now. Share, and there we go. I'm going to share a different screen. Here we go. So I think we're seeing this. I'm going to bring up some pictures. First one, I'm hoping that we're going to see. Are we all seeing this picture?
Oh, we're seeing thumbnails.
Okay, you're seeing thumbnails? Then let me go back to
Yes.
the share, video sharing.
Probably a different window you need to share.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to, sorry, I'm doing this in a very clunky way, my friends. I didn't have time to prepare there we go. I did not have time to prepare a slideshow. But anyway, this is the Western Arkansas Observatory, and it's a very unique design. It doesn't look like a traditional observatory. This is what I call a rollout. This is a 5 by 8 meter observatory floor with a small shed. And essentially, when I want to observe, this is the view looking east. And I roll my equipment out on dollies and I observe from there with no walls. So no dome, no rolled off roof, no walls. Part of the reason I wanted to do that, you can see this is the view looking east. It's kind of hard to see from this perspective, but I'm up kind of on a low rise and I'm looking down into the Arkansas River Valley. And so when I look to the east, one of the lovely things is that looking east, I can get a very nice view, and my border conditions depend very much on humidity. But when it's drier and clear, I have border 3-5 skies, particularly to the east and south. Andromeda is naked eye object. The Orion Nebula is a naked eye object. And so I have very good deep sky conditions. And one of the other things I have is a lovely view to the east where I have no major cities, looking north into the Ozarks and looking east into the Ouachita Mountains. And so I have very nice skies. And when I was out, this is, I'm hoping I'm going to, are we seeing this? Are we seeing the new picture? I'm hoping we are. Anyway, if we're seeing this, I don't know, friends, am I seeing, are you seeing a picture of a conjunction? Somebody give me a thumbs up.
No, we're still
No,
seeing the
no,
stars.
we're seeing.
Not yet.
No, okay. All right, I'm going to, I'm sorry, this is so clunky, but I'm hoping this will be worth it. This is the, and this, sorry, it's a little blurry. This is the Jupiter and Venus conjunction the other night. And this is kind of a proof of concept photo for me. Venus, what you see is right down here. According to Stellarium at this time, it was about 4 45 or 4:50 a.m. And Venus was just 2.5 degrees off the horizon. It had risen above the actual horizon only 2.5 degrees, and it was visible for me, which was I was thrilled with this, kind of a proof of concept for my observatory. The no walls idea, people said, why did you build no walls? Why didn't you build a roll off? Well, because I have various telescopes. Some are Dobsonian and pivot near the ground. The other is a big refractor and it pivots high off the ground. And with that kind of a situation, you have this lovely view to the east and to the south. And I'm like, no, I can see all the way to the horizon. I don't want to give up my horizon. And so I went ahead and did that. And when I'm looking, and I can see I'm going to bring up another photo here. Here is I'm going to go ahead and share another, golly. Sorry, I didn't get to prepare a better view here. Why do I not have everyone? There we go. So let's go ahead and take a look. This is the conjunction. And this is why I found this is when we observe, there we go. We should have this now. We have the picture of the conjunction with the ecliptic drawn in. I'm seeing.
Yes.
Okay, so.
I see the yellow line.
Yes, the yellow line.
And the.
Yep. This is a photo from.
Yep, you're in.
Early this morning, about 5:50 a.m. And way down at the bottom here, you can see Mercury, which is just 3 degrees off the horizon. And then Venus, Jupiter, and the crescent moon, and the moon is overexposed. I took a lot of time at the camera trying to get an exposure that would get all 3 planets. One of the things I loved about conjunctions and planetary alignments, or just nights when we had the moon and 1 or 2 planets in the sky, is taking students out and saying, okay, let your eyes get adapted to the dark. Let's look and let's think about what we're seeing. Because oftentimes we think of the sky, some of us visualize the dome of the sky. For a lot of us, though, it's just, this is the place where I point my telescope to see things in the deep sky or the near sky or the solar system. But we often don't think about the geometry of what we're seeing. Galileo would have loved this. Galileo said God gave us 2 great books. One is the Bible. The other is the universe, which is ever open before us. And it's written in lines and triangles and the symbols of mathematics and geometry. And what we're seeing here is 3 planets and the moon lined up along the ecliptic. Northern hemisphere, summertime, the moon goes about 5 degrees north of the ecliptic. In the wintertime, it rides much lower because we see it below the ecliptic. But here we go. And this line is kind of approximate, but you can see here's these 3 planets lying right along the ecliptic. And what is this? The ecliptic is actually a projection through space of the sun's equator. So we are seeing, looking out into space, we are seeing the plane of our solar system. I used to have my students build a model of the solar system on a desktop. And I would say, what's the problem with this model? And I would kind of encourage them to say, what's wrong with this? Why is this a bad model? And I would use just marbles, and we would draw circles on a piece of paper and use some clay to stick the marbles down. Here's the sun. That would be a ping pong ball. And we would use various beads and marbles and say, okay, here we go. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. That's about as far as we would go. Why? Because those are the 5 classical planets, easily visible to the naked eye. And someone would always say, well, can this be right? It's a model of space and we're putting it on a tabletop. And I would say, no, no, no. That's one of the things that's right about this model, because our solar system essentially is flat. If you think about the way solar systems form, we get an accretion disk around a young star, and that is flat. Why? It's the physics of the way rotating things accumulate. And as you get a disk of material, it flattens itself out. That's why planets can accrete out of this cloud of dust and material. And this angular motion is preserved over billions of years And we see it here. We see here's the plane of our solar system, and it's flat. And here's these 3 planets coming up off the eastern horizon, and the moon just a bit above the ecliptic, as it should be, because the moon's orbit is tilted about 5 degrees from the Earth's and from the ecliptic. And so you see, aha, here's what I've got. And this is demonstrating the geometry of the system as it exists in space. And the lovely thing about watching a conjunction over several days, and I think I can pull up another photo of the conjunction, and I'm going to switch this over, and I'm hoping I'm getting a little better at this. There we go. I'm going to share a new thing. Here we go. Here's the picture of the conjunction from a couple of nights ago. This is the 18th. And here we go. And again, we've got the bright one is Venus and the darker one is Jupiter. And this is the closest point of the conjunction. But what's nice is over a couple of nights, you're actually seeing the clockwork motion of the solar system. And
what you're also getting in that picture is the discovery position of Pluto right in the middle of the picture.
Thank you, David.
Cool.
I did not know that. I've seen Pluto only once, and that was with Professor Tombaugh, and that was, oh my gosh, I was much younger. But I went and he did a lecture. He was in Los Angeles at the time. It may have been Griffith Observatory where he did a program. And I don't exactly remember the location, but he came out and we had some telescopes and they were trained on Pluto, which in any kind of a modest telescope, an amateur telescope, I think we had a 12-inch Dob out to look at it. And it's quite unimpressive. It's a pinpoint of light. And we're looking at it and he says, yes, there's Pluto. And we had a little map to show us. And afterwards, I went up and I went to talk to him and I said, oh, Professor Tombaugh, I said, I brought a book. I hoped you would sign for me. And he goes, I don't sign my books. He could be kind of a gruff fellow. I said, no, I brought a book by a mutual friend of ours. I hoped you would sign for me. And he said, kid, who do you know that I would know? And I held up my copy of the Principia, which was in paperback. And he said, I like Ike. How about you? And he laughed and he signed my copy of the Principia. So yes, thank you, David. Pluto's discovery position is there. And when we watch this and we see particularly the inner planets change much more quickly than the outer, and we're seeing Venus race away from the position of Jupiter, which changes only by about 1 constellation per year. And what we're actually watching is the clockwork motion of the universe. And it's brought home to us. We always talk about, oh, the planets orbit around the sun. They're constantly in motion. They're changing their position. And we look at this and we start to realize, oh, this is what puzzled Aristotle. And this is what puzzled the ancient astronomers in Greece. And planetes, the wandering stars. Why did they change their position from one constellation to the next? Why do we have retrograde motion? And Ptolemy's marvelous model of the epicycles and retrograde motion. And we tend to kind of present it as a he wasn't that silly, but no, it was bloody brilliant. The epicycles preserved the appearances, but they also gave us one of the first truly mathematical models of the solar system. Was it correct? No, it was flawed in many details. And when Copernicus came along 15 centuries later, the geocentric model had been current educational doctrine for 2 millennia. And Copernicus's model was flawed as well, perfect circles and other things. But these astronomers all saw this clockwork motion and said, the planets are different. They don't move like everything else. And why? And how does this work? And of course, Copernicus said, no, we have to take the Earth out of the center, put the sun there. We're a planet. And the Copernican principle, everything is, if you're looking at something, chances are it's average and it's repeated in many places across many eras of cosmic history. And you're not special was Copernicus's message to so many people. And no wonder he riled so many people up. And when we see this, when we go out and we watch these conjunctions over a period of days and we see the changing of positions, and we're watching over the various nights when the sky is clear, it's getting closer, there it is. And I had a chance to see another one of these things the night when I was taking the picture of Mercury. I had the big refractor out, the Apomax. I was looking at Saturn, and I got to watch the shadow of Titan pass across the disk of Saturn. And it went, the eclipse on Saturn ended at about 5:10 a.m. local time. And I was looking at this and I'm thinking, I'm watching an eclipse on another planet 1 billion miles away. Galileo would have loved this. Again, watching the clockwork motion of the heavens. And you're realizing, oh, this won't be there until the rings go edge on again 15 years from now in 2040, when if I'm here, I will be 81. And I'm like, good grief. And I realized, oh, I'm in my mid 60s now. And I think I'm like, okay, so I've been alive for basically 4 edge on events. Every 15 years, we get one in the 30-year orbit of Saturn. I've been alive for 2 Saturn returns, as one of my astrologer friends once put it to me. So I've been alive for 2 orbits of Saturn. On Saturn, I would be 2 and a little bit. And I got to watch this eclipse on Saturn, which is quite rare. And having, I think, Saturn is the record holder now with 200 known moons, something like that. They keep finding new ones. And we realize big gas giant planets have an enormous collection of moons. And they're voracious. Sometimes they devour them. Sometimes, like toddlers, they cast them away and lose them. And with 200 moons, if you had a good vantage point, you could watch lots of eclipses on Saturn. You would almost constantly be seeing some shadow or other pass across the disk. But from 1 billion miles away where we are, you have to have a big moon, and it has to be lined up just right, where not only Saturn is lined up with the ecliptic, but the rings are edge on, which brings its planar system of major moons into alignment, where the shadow of that moon passes across the disk in a position where we can observe it. And it's one of these marvelous things of the geometry, not only of the planar system of Saturn's system of moons, but the sun's planar system of planets. And Saturn is, of course, tilted. And as it orbits, we see the rings tilt up and down. And only twice in orbit, every 15 years, do we reach a point, because, of course, inertia says the plane of Saturn's orbit remains constant over time. It preserves itself, and only when it's in the right orbital position does that planar system of Saturn's moon line up with the solar system's plane, the ecliptic. And when it does, we have a chance to observe this eclipse, and it's a very momentary event in time. Many times I would go out with students and I would tell them, okay, you want to see this special conjunction. Some of you may have remember observing the great conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter a couple of years ago. I said, no, if you really want to see this, you have to be here one of these 2 or 3 nights. Well, can't we see it another time? No, you can't. Well, when will it happen next? And I looked up another conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter. It's a very rare event. Not just decades, but centuries may pass. I do remember talking to a parent years ago whose student was in my astronomy class, the student was doing poorly. And I said, well, a lot of these activities are designed to be done 15 minutes or less. You can do them in your backyard. And of course, your student can do these things and turn them in. They never did, but that's another tale. But I said, you can do this, this, this. I handed her some activity sheets and I said, oh, but you can't do Jupiter. The Jupiter activity, which was sketching where it was in a constellation. And the parent said, well, why not? And I said, well, Jupiter is gone for the year. What do you mean? I said, well, it's below the horizon. You can't see it anymore. And the parent just looked at me and said, well, bring it back. In all earnestness, bring it back. And I kind of, you try not to laugh at anyone. But it was an amusing comment all the same. And I said, well, I can't bring it back. Well, why not? You're being stubborn. My daughter needs this activity. Why won't you do this for me? And I said, well, it's a gigantic planet. It's out in space. It's 500,000 kilometers away. And I'm far beyond my ability to alter the orbits of the planets in space. Well, you're just being stubborn. A few minutes later, there was a call from the principal. So-and-so was here and they're very angry. And what's going on? Come down immediately. And I went to the principal's office and said, and I explained, and the principal kind of snickered behind his hand. And the parent said, you people all stick together, don't you? I'm going to talk to the superintendent. We didn't hear any more of it, but we assumed the principal or the superintendent of the school district was amused as well. But for students to see these things and to bring them to the realization that they are not just, oh, I'm in a city. I live in Hemet. I live in Fayetteville. I live in Fort Smith, or I'm up in, what is it, St. John, up in Canada. Well, no, you're actually on a planet and it's spinning and it's orbiting the sun, and other planets are doing the same. And if you're clever and careful, you can look out and you can see this orbital motion happening. And of course, the most obvious one we have is the monthly motion of the moon as it moves through the sky and it changes phase. But we see it so often, familiarity does indeed breed contempt. And I remember it was stunning. We had a very nice telescope. It was an Explorer 127 refractor, and we took it out to a school, and we had hundreds of parents and students. And this is a lovely instrument for visual observation. We had it at about 80 power. So the moon, first quarter moon, filled the disk. You had the Terminator. It was very dramatic. And a parent, a gentleman, very well dressed, obviously affluent and well educated, he came up and said, what's this? I said, this is our telescope and we're looking at the moon. And he took a look and he said, it's the moon. I seen it. I did some research, and according to studies, because of these gadgets, we are bombarded with 10 to 15,000 images a day. The younger you are, the worse that is. And so to get students to put down their screen and go out and pick up photons with their eyes, to actually go out, take enough time to get your eyes dark adapted and to look up, and then to start to take the time to understand what you see. And in fact, that parent illustrated something, the one who said, it's the moon, I seen it. This fellow illustrated something that hit me like a thunderbolt. The more knowledge we bring to the eyepiece, the more value we take away from it. We can all go out, and many of us here and some good friends of mine are brilliant astrophotographers, far heads and shoulders above anything that I do. These folks go out, and people often ask me, well, why don't you, you have a lovely refractor, and why don't you take images of the planets, and couldn't you get great pictures of Saturn with that big telescope you have, and on and on and on. I said, no, I'm not really interested in that. Well, why not? I want to collect photons with my eyes. I want to be Galileo's true son. I want to go out with my naked eye. I want to observe and understand. I want to stand beneath dark skies and not just see, oh, there's 2 points of light and they're close together. I want to see the geometry and clockwork of the solar system. And I post pictures of these things on my social media all the time. And people go, oh, nice photo. And these are mostly with my smartphone, sometimes handheld, sometimes on a tripod. Sometimes I hold the phone up to the eyepiece. Excuse me. And I go ahead and I take these photos and I show them to people. But frankly, you can go online and you can find pictures from James Webb Space Telescope, from Hubble, and you can see these astonishing photos. But if it's not to be just a beautiful piece of art, if it's to be an experience, and art should be something that changes the viewer. Art should be a participatory experience. If you go and see a piece of great art, whether it's a painting or a sculpture or a film or a play, ideally, the goal of the artist is for you, the observer, to not just be looking, but to be a participant emotionally, cognitively, intellectually. Art should change you. And my goal when I took my students out and said, we're going to look at a conjunction tonight. We're going to come out several nights in a row and watch the phases of the moon change. My goal was to change them, to bring photons to their eyes, but not just to their eyes. I wanted to bring the light of the solar system right into their soul. I wanted to change them fundamentally and forever. When during COVID, I collected all my best at the eyepiece activities. And a lot of people are like, but I can go out. I have a go-to telescope. I can go out and say, click, click, M31, please, click, click, Saturn, please, click, click. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. But I wanted people to go out and to experience the sky in a way that would be transformative. And for all the people who love go-to, forgive me, it's not as transformative as going out with a planisphere and an unguided telescope and saying, gosh, I want to find the Orion Nebula. I've heard of this thing. I know it's in the sky. I've looked at my planisphere. Is that pattern Orion? I think so. Let me point my telescope. I've got my little, 5 by, 30 millimeter finder, and I think I'm in the right place. And you get the eyepiece and you focus it, and by George, it's the nebula. And I always tell people to start with the moon because it's big, it's bright, it's obvious, and you're never in any doubt whether or not it's in your eyepiece. It strikes you viscerally. I've had students and people on the sidewalk burst into tears when I showed them Saturn for the first time. When I showed them Jupiter and said, do you see the dots lining up? They line up because those are moons. And the Jupiter system is flat, like our solar system is flat. And there's good reasons in physics for that, but we won't go down that rabbit hole right now. And then we would see it a couple nights later. They're different. They've moved. Yes, 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 they've moved. They're in orbit. They're changing. These enormous moons, which are worlds in and of themselves, are captured gravitationally by this gigantic planet, rotating so fast it tears storms into cloud bands. And the line of the moons always aligns with the stripes, the cloud bands on the planet, because of the nature of this rotating system. And it, like us, is a flat planar system, and we can watch it change day to day. And we realize that we are part of a cosmos in motion. And when people go out and they see a conjunction and they make that emotional, that spiritual, that intellectual connection, that, gee, here we are. We are.
Their
standing
life
on a
isn't
planet.
all their little problems. It's their.
It does. It lifts you
right.
out of yourself.
Yeah.
It puts your life and your circumstances in perspective. And frankly, I'm going to do a little bit of shameless self-promotion. I've recently picked up a copy of Robert Reeves, who's a good Global Star Party pal.
Yeah.
We've not met. My gosh, if you're starting in, if you're starting in astronomy, these are the two things, the two resources I would recommend. Robert's book will take you on a tour of the moon, which is brilliant. My book will take you out with your naked eye and with a small telescope, and it will acquaint you with the night sky, with the cosmos, with the solar system, and it will fundamentally, I hope, like a work of art, it will change you. It will change you and kind of give you an idea that I'm part of something larger. I'm on a rotating platform in a system of planets that orbit a star. And we look out and we realize all these stars have worlds, that the normal state of affairs is for a star to form planets, probably a dozen or more major planets, and thousands, if not millions, of minor ones. And we look out all these worlds. And I remember the line from the movie 2010 at the end, where the Voyagers get kicked off of Europa and the message comes through from the aliens. All these worlds are yours to explore, except Europa.
Yeah.
We're reserving this for us, but all the other worlds are yours. And when I was young, when Scott was young, nobody knew if craters on the moon were volcanic or impact. And the majority of opinion said volcanic. And I was told by a teacher, there's only one world with life on it, and there's only one star with planets around it. And I asked a question that got me in trouble. How do you know? And her answer was religious rather than astronomical. But I was thrilled later when Kepler in the 90s, and we were finding new exoplanets for the first time, and Kepler found them by the thousands. That's the Kepler telescope, by the way, not the old dead German astronomer. But looking at this, when I wrote this book, and they said, well, we need a subhead for it. And I said, setting hearts afire for astronomy. And the publisher wouldn't go with it. No. And I said, yes, Star Mentor, setting hearts afire for astronomy. That's always my mission. When Scott said, we need you to do a program, we need you to do the How Do You Know program. And we decided on a name. And I said at that time, my mission is now and always has been setting hearts afire for astronomy. And you can't, forgive me, but it's very hard to do that with a go-to telescope and a camera. I think you need to collect some photons with your eyes. And I know I see Adrian has come on, my good friend, and a man of whom I stand in awe of your skill set, my friend. Oh, my Lord, I stand in awe of you, sir. But,
Well,
golly.
Daniel, you'll be happy. You'll be happy to hear this real quick story because, Scott, I know we have to get going, but Daniel, this will touch your heart.
Yes.
I was out at Bryce Canyon, and I took a few pictures of the night sky there, and one of them is behind my head. But you know what I did is I took out a 2.5-inch refractor and noted the color that was in the dumbbell M27. And what that told me was if you get a sky with a certain darkness, the photons, you capture even more photons.
Yes.
With a smaller instrument. Later, I would show kids with that same small instrument, and I challenged them to see if they could see faint M51, which was a lot brighter, of course, when I looked at it at that dark sky. And could you see the dumbbell? And I noted there was no color, but there was still a little shape. A lot less darker sky, but the instrument worked to where I could see I could still see a pretty good picture. And two, I wish those eyepieces were out there back at Bryce Canyon or the surrounding area where I had a darkness meter of 21.75. So as much as we enjoy doing pictures, I'm in full agreement that you should get something out of the sky beside something to take from it and try and push it online and turning into a picture. This is astronomy. And those of us who love it, even if we do love astrophotography, like Cesar, who's going to show us some from down under, we appreciate the night sky, and it's our hopes that all of us on here are able to get folks out of this whole idea that it's a beautiful picture and actually put some teeth into it, get them to understand that. And I've had a similar story showing the moon. It blows people away. So
a small telescope.
So yeah, you are not alone in your quest.
Thank you.
Yeah,
that means more to me than I can say. So get out in the dark, folks.
Talking as Adrian tell you, Daniel, we share for many years now.
Yes.
This amazing with all folks of Global Star Party is incredible that I wrote in the email that Scott sent us as 5 years. Really, I can't believe that. We were so happy. It's a great pleasure. It's a great pleasure that the commander of the chairman the chairman in the board, the captain is David Levy.
Yes.
Hi,
Thank you.
Davey. And it's amazing with Daniel and Adrian and all people, Molly. Well, it's impossible for me using the translating in my brain, uh, have the having the all names, but normally in the end of the global Star Party, Daniel, Adrian, John, that is, and Marcello Sousa, but a lot of people, Karim earlier, and sharing with David Levy together. This is so amazing, so special that. As I remember last time that I tell you, Daniel, that we start talking me in the south in the Patagonia, talking about the windy eclipse, where I gain my nickname 100 miles per hour Caesar, and talking with you about the education. You're a great professor. Of course, that you are an investigator too. How give this thing that you tell, for example, see the movement of the planet at the naked eyes, the seeing condition is talking about the real thing, as you tell, the condition where your eyes is trying to determine the shape, something like a you say Galileo have the same situation with a very low profile instrument, very not with the quality that we have in a toy telescope. Today we have more quality. We can make a better a better view, a better observation, and it's a great time. It's a great time to enjoy, to share with the people, with the kids especially, because they from 20 years or maybe more, 30 years at this time, the telescope market is every time cheaper, with great quality, and this is for observation first, and it's very important the time of observing. Photography is amazing. The smart telescopes are totally amazing, but really I told with many parents about, okay, if you buy a smart telescope for the first time, maybe you are burning the steps where your kid need to enjoy, see the moon, feel this light in the retina. Well, in another steps, the moon, the planets, and but you told about this. You told about this.
And you're
Really,
doing
I
it, my friend.
appreciate this. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me. It's to be here really with this panel that is amazing.
Daniel, one thing I wanted to add is that I thoroughly, with a capital T and a capital Y, enjoyed your presentation, your lecture.
Thank you.
And I wanted
That means a great deal.
something
Thank
that
you.
that really touched me was when you said you wanted to rename your book Astronomy for Everyone. There was a very famous Canadian astronomer named Helen Sawyer Hogg who came out with a book in around 1980 80 called The Stars Belong to Everyone.
Yes.
Just wanted to share that with you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, sir. And that's I appreciate that greatly. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey.
All right,
David, I
Scott.
agree with
All
that
right.
sentiment.
Okay. Well, we're going to transition at this point. Thank you, Daniel. Thanks for a great presentation. And Caesar, you got the stage. We are running a little bit behind as we got more people coming on. But what is happening in Buenos Aires?
Well, in Buenos Aires tonight is a stormy night. This is why I
Oh,
couldn't connect
uh-huh.
my telescope
Mm-hmm.
for
Mm-hmm.
live image. I really love show to the people live image. Of course,
Sure.
that this was my how do you say ever was my intention in the science. I started in the first star global star party that you invite me. I
Mm-hmm.
was ever interested. My objective every time was, of course, show you the show to the audience this thing of share the sky. No, maybe a gray photography, but the this 1 second image. Something that I remember that we started with planets and the moon, but I remember that that the incredibly the technology from 5 years today is nothing thinking in time, but the surprise is when I started.
Sorry about that. That's my fault.
No
Yep,
problem.
my fault. Yep.
No problem. And this interest to put some planet in live image, some nebula, increasing the image, adding or stacking, live stacking. When I made a small presentation where I found that the how the technology changed in cameras and a little in control of mounts, how improve in few time, 5 years is nothing, the technology, but the most important is sharing the sky. I am a very bad astrophotographer. I don't have the how do you say I don't have the things to be an astrophotographer, but my point is sharing live image in the way that it will be possible to the people. All my works in eclipses, events. I was more interested in put in standing telescope for the people, for a view for viewing for observing, and telescope with cameras with live image of the lunar surface um, or if it's possible, make nebula nebulas and live stacking that we was successful in few times, was great really.
Yeah.
I remember that last time that we was talking, I remember what I don't remember the name of Global Star Party, where we was totally lucky with all planets in the line, metaphorically, where with John Swartz, and
Let's
you.
go. Let's go.
Hi, John. And we made with my telescope from the balcony. we made like a Messier marathon of nebulas and cluster in the Buenos Aires springtime. With less or more successful, I'm ever tried to show to the people something in the sky in a very polluted area of the Buenos Aires, that is my city, Buenos Aires. The area where I live is Palermo. My balcony have all the things in the worst condition, where you have a lot of different things. And I'll show you, if you like, I'll show you a short presentation of these evolutions and different setups and pictures that we recover from the global star party, because many pictures I couldn't stack and show.
Right. Yeah.
So,
You could
you
show
know,
the finished work. Yeah.
You need the
yes,
smart eye. The smart eye does it all for you. I'm going to show you tonight.
wow. But tonight is impossible to make something. Let me show you.
It's amazing, though, that you were shooting through the window. I was thinking about that the other day when we were taking some images, and I was just blown away that you got that good of an image through your window off your balcony.
Window, exactly.
Not even
Yes,
seeing Polaris or a star, a central star for your pole. Amazing.
sure. Thank you, John.
You're my hero.
Ah, it's too much. Thank you very much. Presentation. You can see the presentation now.
Oh, man.
Sorry that I back. Okay, this is the first. You can see the presentation now. Let me.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because normally I have my how do you say? Let me 1 second. Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. Well, yes, this is the title is that I failed to write 5 years sharing the southern sky in the global star party, and this is something that I like to say that for me was a incredible honor to share with you people, because you are amazing. The whole team, the equipment, the team is amazing. Every guest that be a part of Global Star Party, and well, for the first Global Star Parties, I choose to use an Explore Scientific Essential ATIPO with a Canon EOS SL rig, a reflex camera, and a Celestron Alta-Azimuth mount. The thing is that the spirit of the Global Star Party, Scott, do you remember that the Global Star Party started in the pandemic time with the
Yes, it's true. I
lockdown,
mean,
with the
that's the
lockdown?
reason why I did it. It was I had my
Yeah,
friends are calling me on the phone and saying, we can't go to any star party, we can't meet our friends, we can't, and they were just
sure.
they're just
And
calling to talk to me.
totally.
And I said,
And
there's got to be all this technology, the Zoom and
yes, I
and
remember.
during that early time, not even the people that I think that were developers of Zoom understood the power of what they were about to put out in connecting people,
Yes,
at a very fundamental way, and so yeah, we still use the same setup today with Zoom, and I use a couple of other pieces of software to put it all together, but it's reliable, and it allows us to connect all over the world. So I love it.
I
And
would.
and how they've really changed how people interact remotely, even to this day.
That's very true.
Yes.
especially family members when you can't see them if they're
Yeah.
out a different state or a different country, and you can be literally there.
Everything
Yes.
from birthday parties to funerals to, you name it, in the different ways that people connect. They were all joining up on Zoom. But I saw that a unique opportunity for us, anyways, enabled to connect our astronomy friends very
Yes.
easily, and for them to share most of their technology through, the share function. They can be connected right to their computers and see live imaging like Caesar likes to do. Caesar's also taken us to eclipses. He's taken us to the Patagonia. He's taken us to the beach. So it's all been wonderful.
Yes. Yes.
And
Thank
yeah,
you,
and to
Caesar.
his lectures with his astronomy clubs and all the rest of it. So
Yes, I
it's pushed the
support.
envelope a bit to show us what's possible.
Yes, and this is something that the spirit of this is that when I don't remember the name in English. I say about the things was totally closed here in Buenos Aires, and I had the idea to because all my equipment for our staff in my store, in my business, is in my warehouse. It's not in my home normally, and I choose something from my stuff that we use in the events. And I in the moment of the pandemic situation that the people say, okay, anybody moves from your home, I say, oh my God, I need a telescope because later I will cannot get equipment for my home. Of course, that this is a mix because it's a Celestron Altazimuth mount and a reflex camera, but fortunately I have the diagonal mirror because it's impossible to use with a reflex camera if in the same line, in the same axis, this telescope in this mount. This was for the first global star party that I shown the moon for to the audience. Well, I made my first remote control from my
Well, there you
desk.
go. Right.
Yes, yes. All was all that I had in hands because was with the situation where I couldn't go to my store to get something more profitable or easily using for this. This was my solution. Well, but I had a good picture of the moon make that I made full moon that I made with this equipment. Jupiter with a EO occultation, and was the first time in the global star party with the live image, and this is my field
Yeah,
of view.
Yeah.
Yes, this is
Star party
the south.
location.
that's Star Party
Yes,
Central.
the Southern Cross. Yes, it's impossible. This is my neighborhood. And Alpha and Beta Centauri, Southern Cross. This is here is Eta Carina, and this was the old pictures that I have from my balcony in the first times. Here I made here with clouds that is normal in Buenos Aires, the same area, but with a little more exposition, with Eta Carina Nebula more visible, and all was in
Just
the.
wow.
And this is yes, and this is in that time we talked with Scott about the with small equipment you can make this kind of things,
Yes.
And this is in the totally in the most deep pandemic time, where I couldn't get equipment, more equipment for the store, and only have a camera and a telescope. And I start to use my camera when I recover the 100 EXOS, the EXOS 100 mount. I started with my camera, um, and make this picture of Southern Cross, for example. Here in Beta or Mimosa star, we told in a global star party about the most red star, carbon star that we know. And this was another of my first equipments. This is wood, really, and really a configuration that I used it in 2020 also because I couldn't go to my store to find the right accessories, was to make a wooden vixen bar.
Yep.
Imagine,
Nice.
imagine people. I told to my customers, use the right. My all time my speaking is about the using the right accessories for safety of your equipment, and I made a wooden vixen in my home, a wooden vixen, but of course that with a
Did
part
you
of
carve that by hand or did you use a router?
yeah. And I have it. I have it actually. It's like a museum pieces.
Oh
And
man, beautiful. You should paint it black.
yes.
Oh, it'll lose character.
Yeah, yes, yes. I couldn't make maybe a major profit thing, but no, it's only wood and aluminium and no more than two nuts. A disaster. Come on.
Yeah.
But this was really helpful to make pictures. For example,
Wow,
the Shewell box
that's
cluster,
From his
beautiful.
balcony. Yeah, that's
That's the
amazing.
southern jewel box.
Centaurus galaxy, all with the same
RSA.
objective.
Yeah.
Yes, and I had an old one zoom. We made this in 2020. This one is incredible because here you have the Southern Cross and the coal sack in the middle of the city. Really was
Wow.
amazing. To For me was wow. A single equipment is so good for starting. Here, well, here the red color of the star over Mimosa star, but the details of the pictures maybe it's not good to watch by Zoom, but for me it was a surprise. This is Carina Nebula with the same camera only and the EXS 100 mount. A lot of time, of course, of pictures of 30 seconds, and maybe I use 300 pictures and a lot of work. Trifid Nebula, Lagoon Nebula, all what with normal this. In a moment, I have a different tube because many times I can go in a way no legal to my store and recover some equipment, because I am like an optometrist and I had in that moment a special permits because my work is connected with the healthcare with the and I say okay I need my permission to go to the store and recover more equipment. And this was my first remote control for the Exos 100 in 2021. Was come on, this was for moving the computer, the Exos with the PMC software, another tablet for moving the sorry moving the telescope, making the pictures, and go to the computer. The computer is outside, and this was in winter of 2021. And in 2021, I started to use we receive order for Explore Scientific. I take a Maxutov for me. We make in 2021 live pictures with very good results of planets and the moon. And I remember that I enjoyed this time with the Maxutov 127. And the view of the moon for me was a surprise because it was good for a balcony. Saturn, my best picture of Saturn from the balcony. And I love this picture because I have the details of, I don't remember now if Io and Europa, but I found that I could make good pictures with no so high scene of Jupiter and Saturn.
It's a beautiful
And Venus,
yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
are acceptable. I am not a good photographer, but I can say to the people
it's still very good.
that it's possible with a small telescope, entry-level telescope. The idea that ever we say to the people, we told to the people, enjoy it and try your telescope. Don't put your telescope waiting to go to dark sky. Don't put inside this assembly and storage in a box. No, you can get your telescope in your living room and ready to go to the balcony, your backyard. Go to see the stars, only watch or observe or make photography with small equipment. This is another setup that we try. Maybe do you remember, Scott, with the entry-level National Geographic tube? I remember that this then tube, I had this actually. We repair. Do you remember that we received one of this dent by the bad here in Argentina in our custom? Somebody pressed the box and okay, only one tube was dent, and they say okay, this was for our staff because we need we need different telescope to show to the people or for the events. I remember that we made a live object image with Alpha Omega Centauri cluster, and this is the final result. That is crazy for this entry-level telescope.
Yes,
really, and we made this in a live, and this is something like for me. I like to return to see that is possible. I show to the people.
Yeah.
Another setup that we use in the rooftop with my GSO 8 inches with a bigger mount. Many pictures that I took many times. Sorry, tarantula. Yes, tarantula. Right, John. And tarantula, Orion Nebula.
Wow. Beautiful.
Lagoon. It's all from the city, Lagoon Nebula, right? Trifid Nebula with details in a big size because it's an Omega Centauri cluster and 47 Tucana cluster. And this was too amazing because the national TV came to my rooftop to
Awesome.
make a live the total eclipse while the news the news at 9 in Central Time, the news in a national TV, they show to the entire people, a lot of audience, really outside my imagination. They showed from our telescope, our camera, in a live image, the occultation of Jupiter. Here is Jupiter near the occultation, very low in the horizon, because look that
Yeah.
Wow.
in the finish of occultation, you have all the distortion and chromatic aberration of the low the refraction of the atmosphere.
The atmosphere, right?
Yes, totally. And this is another setup. This is the setup that that actually I put this complete telescope in
I
Mendoza.
like that picture. That's nice.
Yeah, yes,
That's nice.
it's like a crop picture from the balcony, but it's cropping a little. This was my visit to San Juan, and I used this setup and another 80 millimeters that I had the permission to put in piggyback in this telescope,
Nice.
and I made different pictures. I made unfortunately, the night that I put in piggyback the another telescope, I couldn't. Sorry. This is Swan Nebula that of the night with John and you, Scott and John, that we show a lot of Messier objects. And this is the picture that I made. Sorry that have a lot of noise, but it's a picture where Iota Centauri. Never, I couldn't make this from the city because really you need a very dark sky. Because ever the NGC 5100 it's too fine to photography beside this star.
Globular cluster. You know, there's not a lot of those. There's the fireworks galaxy is near a nice open cluster, but this is spectacular.
Yeah, the skies in San Juan, Argentina, are really very good. But I couldn't make more exposition than no, sorry. I made only this picture is a single picture that don't have more than 2 minutes. Really,
Right.
It's open.
It's very
it's a
good.
piggyback with another 80 millimeters over the big telescope that I show in another picture. And this is the setup with the EXS 100. And one of the pictures that I love is Eta Carina in San Juan. That is this. It's the nebula that we love in Southern Hemisphere. I haven't a guy there. The same that I tell that I say that sometimes maybe if I thought too much the things, I say no, it's impossible to make pictures because I don't have my guy there. It's a little windy. My polar alignment is only with a sight and no more. And I started to make 200 pictures of only 5 seconds.
It is impressive.
And I had something that for me, I like this because it's too much for me. Because I'm really bad about astrophotographer, and
No,
it's me from the beginning. And I started. What is the things are that really I'm happy to share with the entire team. For me, well, hi Molly. How many years that
right
more or 3?
It's been a great journey.
And Marcello, my neighbor from
right.
Next year we going to to join together with Scott. I'm happy to know that we are know each other in person, live.
To be
Yeah.
great.
Thank you, thank you, Caesar. It was great
It's
to
a
see all
pleasure.
those great images. And
Great stuff, Caesar.
yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Take care.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, Marcello, it's been a while since you've been on Global Star Party, and we are excited to have you back on. But you have some big news. You we got news earlier, similar news from Nicolina down in Brazil. But why don't you tell the audience what has happened? You've been honored by an asteroid in your name, and what is the story behind this discovery?
It was discovered by the Euronia in Canary Islands. That leader of the Euronia project is Ovidio Vadovescu. He is friend of Valentin Grigori. That is my friend. He was here in our event here in Brazil. He participated in Astronomy Without Borders. He is the coordinator of AWB in Romania. And he he suggested my name for an
Wow.
asteroid. For me, it's something.
Very well deserved, I can say that. So for
Yeah,
sure.
it was a fantastic moment, and I thank him and the Ovidio for the indication. It was fantastic. It was an asteroid discovered by the Ovidio team, with his participation. And for me, it was something amazing, fantastic. Now I have a small rock in space, named after me. I will share here my screen.
Okay.
First of all, Scott, congratulations for the 5 years of the program.
Yeah, well, it's all of you that made this happen. So, I've been the guy behind the curtain trying to learn
But
how to make all the electronics work, how to
but
match up all
you
the software. So it's been a big learning process for me as well, and it's so exciting, to be able to
but
do
you that guide
astronomy like
us,
this. Yeah,
and thank you very much for inviting
thank
me to
you,
participate. It's a great
thank you.
pleasure.
Yeah, it's a great honor for us.
And this is the asteroids that was it was announced in July, and for me it was fantastic. I discovered in 2017 by Ironia e o vídeo Vadovescu that was responsible, and Valentin Grigor that suggested first my name and he accepted, and then it's very special. And here the press announced it, for me
Wow,
it's something fantastic.
really great, awesome, very well
And
deserved.
thank you. And during the holidays here, because we are finished the holidays in the beginning of August, for us, it's not the summer holidays that you have in United States, in Europe. It's the winter holiday that is a short one, that is 15 days, sometimes 30 days, depends on where people work. In schools that you have holidays. Well, and I had the opportunity to participate in a winter school that for kids in the spirits. I participated organizing solar observation, had opportunity to make a presentation for them. And ever is an amazing experience for me to bring the students together. This is another event that you had in a school during this period of winter. It's not so cold as in the United States. Today is cold here. It's for us, when I say that's cold, is 22 degrees, 21 degrees, 20 degrees. For us, is cold here in Brazil, Celsius. And I had also the opportunity to use the live sessions, 2 live sessions in a telescope in Hawaii, from the Las Cumbres Observatory, an opportunity they gave to me. And when I have the opportunity to use this telescope, I try to find some beautiful objects in the sky, mainly spiral galaxies. And I will show some of these images that I had the opportunity at the end of July, 31 and 29. This is a fantastic one that's in Lacerta constellation, that is NGC 7264. This is 7197. This is 7379. And I will show one of the most amazing for me. This is one of them, that's the NGC 7541. And now for the constellation of Peace, I have these fantastic objects that I have the opportunity I try to see. And also, I had the opportunity to contribute with some observations of the interstellar comets, one that was everybody's trying to understand the orbit of these different kinds of comets that comes from outside of system. Here, another image for this constellation of Pisces. These are a fantastic galaxy that NGC 514. Another fantastic image that is this one, that is from this fantastic object that NGC 266. And that is amazing object. That is the NGC 520.
Oh, wow.
We have so wonderful objects in the space. I didn't remember, but I tried to identify a novel. I forgot I think that I don't have here the image, but I didn't find the novel in one of these galaxies. This is now the constellation of Triangle. I have fantastic objects there also. This is M33. That is amazing. And this was an opportunity in a different event that was a big part in the top of a building downtown, and they invited us to be there. You have many people dancing, you have people playing music, famous singers, and our group were there with telescopes. And one is the Interstellar, and the other one from Explore Scientific, Maxotov. And this was the place you see, you have a lot of light pollution there. And I will show the fantastic images that was possible to take using the Interstellar in this place, with a lot of light pollution around. Here, many people come to observe with us. You can see the entrance of the show there. And this was the image that I took there. How I could imagine that one day I will take the image of Sombrero Galaxy from a place with so many light pollution like this. Now, this telescope is something fantastic. The use of the artificial intelligence will make these telescopes even better. And I think that soon we will have the opportunity to take more precise images of these objects. This is the Omega Nebula. Also, we take this image from this place with a lot of light pollution. Imagine the southern pinwheel, M83, from the top of a building with a lot of light pollution around it, with a music show and a lot of people there. It was possible to take this image in 15 minutes exposition. This is Genesis 5128, 10 minutes, and the picture of the moon at this day, using also the Interstellar. And you see that it was very cold here for us. This day was, I think that was 15 degrees or 16 degrees at my university. And I stayed there during the night. And you have many light pollution around, but here it's not, it's dark. I don't know why it's so, you can see the image like this, but in my smartphone that adapted the image to be like this, you can see here. And from there, I have image here of the Ring Nebula, M57, with a short exposition, 5 minutes exposition. I have also the Drift Nebula, M20, also a very short, only 2 minutes. And this is Dumbbell Nebula, M27, 5 minutes of exposition. This is something that ever for me is a special moment to be there, to take this image. And I'm also make research with this telescope. We have a telescope, an observatory near us, but with this small telescope, for me, I used the telescope for observe exoplanets transit. This is something amazing. I have one now, August 22, that I will try again to follow the transit. And I never imagined that one day with a very small telescope that I can go to any place, I can make research with this telescope to observe occultations of stars by asteroids, observe exoplanets. That's something amazing. And this is the images from July 29, using the telescope in Hawaii. And this I have many galaxies together here, NGC 6930, here the NGC 6956. And this is for me one of the most fantastic images. That is the NGC 6906. It's a wonderful image. And this is one of the first images of the comet, the Interstellar comet, Riel Atlas, taken by the Hubble Space Telescope. And this week, it was announced, I think that's yesterday, if I'm not wrong, they announced this image, 15 July, this image, but I saw only yesterday. This the image of this comet. That a lot of people is asking me when I am in the streets about this object, because I have a lot of fake news about this. People saying that it is a spaceship from ETs that's come from to observe the Earth. I don't know from where that they received this information. Yeah, maybe from WhatsApp, that many people saying that someone from NASA said that they are hiding this information, that is a spaceship that's coming direction of the Earth. Then many people is asking about this object here, this comet. And ever when I am in the streets, they asking me about this object. That is something, I think that it's happening all around the world with everybody that work with astronomy. Problem of our days, that's the fake news. I hope we have the opportunity to use this space, that where they send this information, fake news, to share scientific information, precise information. This is what I'm fighting here in Brazil. Thank you very much, Scott, for the opportunity. This is what I would like to talk today. It's a great pleasure.
Thank you so much, and congratulations again. My camera has pooped out on me. The battery is dead, so But my microphone still works, so I'll just be the voice behind the curtain here. But we are going to do a quick transition with Adrian Bradley. He's going to show a favorite image, and then John and Adrian will close the show right after Molly Wakeling here. So thanks again, and we'll talk to you next time, Marcello. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
It was a great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there we go. So, Adrian, do you want to help us transition to Molly Wakeling?
Yes, I do. Let's see. First, I want to find the screen that I want to share. But before I do that, I'm extremely proud and happy of the journey Molly has gone through, because I think it's no longer just Molly. That was, the Astro Molly days. This is Dr. Wakeling now. I think you have made
That's right.
Molly has made a transition of sorts into
Yes, she has.
life as a PhD, and so the world of publishing, but she still finds time to do all sorts of astrophotography. I still see in social media,
Yeah.
following along, living the good life out in Arizona where the skies are. I'm sorry for those who think the skies are dark. The sky that's behind me, she sees that on a regular basis, and she can see the Milky Way naked eye. It's become old hat with her now. It's like, yeah, that's supposed to be there. Far from the time she spent in Ohio, out there where the skies are a little less than this. Scott, I know you wanted me to share a favorite image, but this won't take long at all. I got a chance to get to some of those darker skies and some of that terrain that's out west, and I took this picture at Yovimpa Point.
Oh,
This
that's
is still my
beautiful.
favorite.
Yeah.
There are more. I actually have favorite images that don't have maybe the visceral beauty going on. There was actually smoke, which is why you see this haze over here.
I
There was
see.
a wildfire not far from here, and the sky was still this incredible. Um, One thing, the presentation that I was going to do, and I'll do it in another star party, Scott, is
Mhm.
dark skies are a journey. You'll you'll hear everyone has come on board and talked about how dark their skies are,
Yeah.
and it always makes sense to compare the different elevations, different dark skies, different places, different things you can see naked eye, and you get a sense of the different levels of darkness that you can go to. And the best way I describe it is, if I can take a 2.5-inch refractor, look at the Dumbbell Nebula and see color,
Mm-hmm.
I'm in a pretty dark sky.
Sure.
So any place that I go that is touted as dark, that's one of the litmus tests I'll do. Not even Milky Way photography, because you can edit that and make it look a whole lot darker there than it really is. But what you can actually see with your naked eye, and you take stock of that, you get a real good sense of what's dark. Nebraska with a 40% moon
Oh,
behind me, and
sure.
I can still get detail in the Milky Way naked eye, not let alone a picture. And I
Right.
can still see it just as well as I saw it in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. So with that, um, I think, Scott, we need to hear from Dr. Wakeling,
Dr.
Astro
Wakeling.
Molly, and this
All right.
wonderful picture that
Well,
you'll see behind her, of the lagoon. And yeah, it's been a while, Molly, since you've been
Holly
on the
Molly.
show. And I'm pretty sure the viewership just went up by about, 50, 60 people are tuning in now. What's Molly up to? So, Scott, take me out of here. This is
okay.
let's see
Okay.
what listen to Molly right now.
Okay.
It's so good to see you, Adrian. Thanks
Yeah.
for saying all those nice things.
Oh, you're all well deserved.
Thank you. On the train of good news with Marcelo and hopefully some others, my first feature was published in Astronomy. Whoops, that didn't
All
work out.
right.
Published in
Congratulations.
Astronomy this week, this for October. So I just got my copy yesterday, and I'm very excited.
Great.
I'm sure many more to come.
They made some really excellent graphics for me, and I'm very excited. Um, yeah, so yeah, I have the picture of the Lagoon Nebula behind me. I'm going to talk about the
Beautiful.
Lagoon Nebula tonight on my Astronomy's Universe segment. So let me go ahead and share my screen here. There we go. Okay. Hopefully it's you guys aren't seeing the little bar, are you? The Zoom like controls and stuff.
No.
No, we're not
we don't
seeing
see
it.
it.
We're
We
just
just see a
Okay,
full
just checking. I'm just
picture.
pretty sure about it. Wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about the Lagoon Nebula. I like to talk about on this segment objects, particularly of ones that I've imaged at least a couple of times, and why they're interesting and how to observe them, some interesting things about them. So the Lagoon Nebula, also known as Messier number 8, is an emission nebula and H2 region, so that hydrogen gas emission region. And there's a star cluster NGC 6530 within that nebula, which is largely how all of the UV light is energizing the nebula from those stars and causing it to glow in all those gorgeous colors. Primarily hydrogen, but if our eyes could see more colors than in the night sky, then we'd see the oxygen and probably some other things as well if our eyes were extra sensitive. So it's actually quite easy to find. If you just cruise along the Milky Way in your telescope or in your binoculars, you'll run into it by accident, almost certainly. But if you're going to go look for it in particular, it's pretty much just almost directly up from the spout of the teapot asterism in Sagittarius. So for us northern observers, kind of low in the sky in the main bulk of the Milky Way up off the horizon. But high enough to be able to see it pretty well from most latitudes in the US. And it's pretty easy to stumble across. You'll see a gorgeous star cluster within it, and if you have a larger telescope, you should see some of the nebulosity as well. So some fast facts. It's a apparent magnitude of 4.6. It is quite bright. It's about somewhere between 4 and 6,000 light years away, but the star cluster, which is easier to identify the distance to, is actually some 4,300 light years away, I think is one number I saw, but you see different numbers. 5,200 is what I put on this slide. It's enormous. It's 110 by 50 light years across, which is let's see, what did I look up today? The width of our solar system is like 0.001 light years. So it's a massive, massive nebula. On the sky, it's 90 by 40 arc minutes. So that's about 3 full moons width across and like 1.5 wide. And it is a stellar nursery with ongoing star formation. So the Lagoon Nebula was discovered in 1654 by Giovanni Battista Odierna, a Italian astronomer, and it ended up on Messier's list of objects that are not comets when he was trying to make a list for everybody to know that, hey, this fuzzy thing you see in the sky is not a comet. I've already checked it out. You should ignore it, which is a list that he is now famous for. The star cluster NGC 6530 contains several thousand stars, although when you look at it in the telescope, you'll see maybe a group of like 20 that are quite bright. And they're very young stars. They're only a few million years old, so they're still blazing all kinds of UV radiation, which is what's powering the glow of all the gases in the nebula. But the primary star that is powering this nebula is actually mainly from one star, Herschel 36, which is some 200,000 times brighter than the sun, 32 times more massive, and 8 times hotter than the sun is. So it's just a monster of a star, and it's responsible for most of the glow of the Lagoon Nebula, which is mind-blowing considering it's one star lighting up like 100 light years wide cloud of gas. It's utterly unreal.
Jeez.
And that's it there in that picture, kind of in the brightest part of the nebula in this what they call the hourglass structure. Although I kind of struggle to see the hourglass a bit, but it might just be the coloring of this image here. It also contains several Bok globules, which are isolated small dark nebulae. Sometimes these can contain like newborn stars, protoplanetary disks, things like that. And they've actually turned the Hubble Space Telescope on the Lagoon Nebula several times looking for protoplanetary systems, star systems that are a star that's still got all kinds of dirt and rocks and gas floating around it that are starting to condense into planets slowly over time. So I always like to show what it looks like in other wavelengths, because I think it's really interesting. We usually see so many pictures in optical wavelengths because that's what our eyes see, but there's a lot of other things to be seen at other wavelengths. Radio is typically kind of difficult to get like nice pictures for because it's a lot lower resolution. But I did kind of underlay the Lagoon Nebula here so you can kind of see what this radio image is in reference to the Lagoon Nebula. In particular, this is the 21 centimeter line from hydrogen gas. On the right, there's also a Spitzer infrared image, but I decided to use the Hubble one because it was so pretty. And the Hubble one is very near IR, whereas Spitzer is a little deeper in the infrared. But one of the things that IR lets you do is you can kind of peer through a lot of the dust, which is more transparent to infrared light than it is to optical light. Although you can still see a fair amount of dust here, since this is near IR as opposed to deeper IR. Yeah, kind of looking toward the core of it there, you see it looks quite different in infrared light. Not a whole lot to see in ultraviolet or X-ray, mostly very bright stars, hot young stars that are hot enough to be outputting energy in the X-ray band at a significant intensity. And then there was actually a gamma ray image that wasn't just a bunch of nothingness. Let's see, did I underlay this one too? Yeah, I did. So you can kind of see how there's enough energetic things going on here that even some gamma rays, some very energetic gamma rays, are being emitted in parts of the nebula. I did not get to go investigate what processes are doing that, but that's pretty cool. That's very, very, very energetic light. All right, so if you want to observe the Lagoon Nebula, you can obviously observe it visually and photographically. It's great in both. So it's best from about May to September. It's in Sagittarius. Earlier in the summer is better because it is higher, as the Milky Way tends to kind of set like this, and then it's not as high in the sky when you go look at it like in September, but you can still see it. It's beautiful really in any telescope, even binoculars. You get the beautiful cluster. You can kind of see some of the nebulosity. And then in larger telescopes, if you use a nebula boost filter, you can see quite a bit of the nebulosity, especially toward the center. And it's really cool to look at. I have me and a friend of mine, we have a 16-inch Daub out at our Arizona dark sky property that we make it out to about twice a year. And we really go to town with that beautiful, incredible telescope and get to see all kinds of amazing things with it. Let's see. Yeah. And in smaller telescopes, you may see just the stars, especially if you're under some light pollution, but it's still really pretty because it's quite a nice looking star cluster. Photographically, it's very strong in narrowband. It's an emission nebula, so a lot of the gases in it, the hydrogen, the oxygen, the sulfur, and others that we don't image as often, are quite bright. But it's also really nice in one-shot color, wideband, like the picture above it. And you can really image it a bunch of different ways and get a bunch of different results, and they're all very pretty. It's you need kind of a wide field to capture the whole thing, but you can see in some of the previous pictures that there's quite a lot of structure in the center. So if you wanted to take a longer focal length telescope and kind of zoom in on it, then you can see some more of the high detail and stuff like that. But it's nice in refractors. It's nice in even in camera lenses like the image above. There's a whole lot to see there. And the deeper you go, the more you'll get. But you can also get a nice picture of it with only, half an hour, couple hours of data. But the longer exposure time you take, the more that will be revealed to you, because there's just, especially this part of Sagittarius, just has a ton of gas and dust and a lot of really cool stuff. And the Lagoon Nebula holds a special place in my heart because it was the first thing that I tried to image when I first started doing astrophotography a decade ago now. It's been 10 years, which is crazy. July 2015 is when I took my first telescope out for the first time. And about a month later, mid-August, I figured out I could connect the DSLR to it, and I had been trying to take pictures of the moon and Saturn and things like that. And I thought, what would happen if I just took like a 30-second exposure on some nebula? And the Lagoon Nebula, I didn't know how big it was. I just put the telescope on it, which is way too small of a field of view for it, but got some of the middle and I could see color, and it was mind blowing, and it was all kind of downhill from there. So that was a lot of fun. And then the next trip out, somebody had told me about what stacking was. So I took several pictures in JPEG because I forgot or didn't know any better, one of the two. And I still got, I could see more of the nebula when I stacked like 10 JPEGs. And yeah, it was very cool. And from that finally to this, which is the image I just put out the other day.
Wow.
On the Lagoon Nebula.
This is a masterpiece. It really
Thank
is.
you. I'm very excited about it. This was about the probably the like fourth attempt, I think, on how to color it. I tried a bunch of different ways and finally did the 4-ax palette for astrophotographers out there, which is kind of a more natural color palette with the sulfur and the hydrogen being more red, and the oxygen being blue. But where the sulfur was, I kind of made that more yellow instead. It's not the real color of the sulfur emission, but to differentiate it from the hydrogen, because they're both red, it's nice to give it another color. And this kind of gave it a nice color gamut and kind of moves from one color to another as you go across the image, and it's very
amazing
I'm
depth.
quite happy with it.
It goes deep.
Yeah, this is 28 hours with my 4-inch refractor in narrowband, so hydrogen, oxygen, sulfur, from my Albuquerque backyard.
So I really want to see two of these pictures side by side so I can merge them together, like by crossing my eyes and get the 3D effect.
Oh, yeah.
I think that would be amazing.
That'd be fun. I think there's a way to generate stereoscopic images like in Photoshop or something like that.
Oh, sure, for sure.
That'd be fun to do. I don't have depth perception, so those are hard for me to see, but other people can enjoy them.
Mm-hmm.
And
with your picture, you don't need depth perception. It's there. You can look all the way inside like that star.
It
You
looks
could
like
just
a tunnel.
grab it.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
It's a Stargate.
Yeah. And like a lot of these nebula that kind of look like there's a giant hole in them, like the Rosette Nebula, really do have a giant hole in them. And it's because that bright blazing star in the middle,
It burned it.
Herschel 36, not only is it energizing the nebula, but its stellar wind is also blasting those gases and that dust out of the way and kind of making a giant hole in the nebula. So those are often actual real holes. And I don't know if we know what kind of the depth of that hole is, as it were. But I bet people who have, like, if you can figure out the distances to other stars in that cluster, you may be able to kind of figure out the shape of it. That'd be really cool. But yeah, there probably is actually a hole there from Herschel 36.
It's amazing to think we can see that you can unravel that, and we can see that from our distance in light years. It's truly a miracle.
That's what always amazes me about astronomy, is that we have
With a
learned
4-inch.
an incredible amount about how the universe works, and also just lots of physics in general, just from looking at, for most of the lifetime of astronomy, optical light alone. And between visual observations and then eventually photographic plates, and then now CCD sensors and things like that, we can see the earliest galaxies with the James Webb Space Telescope, and we can determine how the universe formed and all kinds of amazing physics and relativity and things like that just from looking at optical light. And now we have the ability to look at other wavelengths like radio and X-ray and ultraviolet and gamma ray. And now we can also look at neutrinos, which is completely different from the light signals and comes from a totally different realm of physics to generate and learn even more. So, and also gravitational waves now too, the era of multi-messenger astronomy, where we're not just seeing the light anymore, but we can see other phenomena and learn even more about what's going on in the universe. And just from our little spot, our little vantage point here, we can look out and figure out how everything happened. And it's totally, totally mind blowing.
Yes, it's crazy. Wow.
Yes, it is.
But I got,
Beautiful, beautiful image. Beautiful image.
thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. And, I'll give a plug for the astro-imaging channel that Molly heads up there with the team. I've been invited to be on that program as a regular, but I've been very irregular because of other commitments at work right now. But, she does a segment, and I don't know if you've done one recently, called Astrophotography While You Sleep. When was the last one that you did?
Let's see. I kind of did part of that as a workshop at Nightfall in November. And
Okay.
then I think I gave it again sometime earlier this year. I'd have to go look at my folder of presentations to remember where I
Sure.
gave that one last. I think by now there's got to be a recording of it up somewhere. I think, did I do one on take? I don't know. I lose track, guys.
Well, wonderful. Well, Molly, thank you again for making the sacrifice. I know you came from another show to do this one, so thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on.
Great. Okay. All right. So we're going to try something a little different here. We are going to have John Schwartz come on as a presenter right along with Adrian Bradley. Let me see if I can do this. So here we go. And
well, I had to go
spotlight.
find a hat.
Now I've turned on, you guys should both try this, okay? I've turned on so that multiple participants can share at the same time. So if you got your image, okay, or your drawing, put that up, and then Adrian puts his image up, and you guys can go back and forth and show image after image. But let's see if it works. I've never tried this before.
So do I do my standard share screen and then I can do my...
try doing your standard
Right
share
on.
screen. Yeah. And let's see what happens here. Okay, so that's Adrian.
Yep, I've just got a group here,
Yeah.
Okay,
And
that's
kinda go
mine.
to 'em.
And that's you.
Do I need to select them all? Yeah, let me select them and enter Adam. And I'll be
See what
right.
happens.
Let's see.
Oh, I can't see yours.
Yeah, I just see.
No.
I'm incognito right now. No.
Yeah, you know what? I'll do this. Go ahead and share.
Almost there. I have them in order. So I pre-make these. So I have, my setup. And
Yeah.
voila, there's mine.
All right. I'll go. Let's see if I can just I'll pick one image here and I'll share.
Okay.
I'll see if I can just share the.
You want to just pop them in? I'll do one and then you bring one in. I got to be honest. So I got 34 images.
All right. So did mine take over the screen?
Yeah.
So-
Now I can see yours.
So there's two
Okay.
tabs at the top of the screen, and you go between the two tabs, and you can see each of their screens.
Okay. Yeah, I see that now.
So they don't show up side by side. But Scott, with his video controls, may be able to display that going out.
Yeah, I really want to see Adrian.
Yeah,
I
let me
miss
see.
Adrian.
Yeah, mine. I'm not sure if because once I share, I lose everything. Let me see if I
Yeah,
can.
me too. I'm blacked
Let me
out.
see if I can go to show grid videos.
I think if
see
you
it'll-
Alt Tab back over to the main Meet room,
Let me
or
try
not
that.
Meet, Zoom. We use Meet on the Astro-imaging channel.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's
Where
Sure.
are I don't see anybody. I see this control. If I alt tab, it doesn't seem to. Okay, here we go. No, everyone's gone until I stop sharing, and then everyone returns, and I can
But it
see.
does switch back and forth.
We'll
so that's
just,
kinda
yeah. I know it'll work, but
cool. Yep.
we'll switch back and forth. I'm
All
just glad
right.
everyone can hear me because I decided to pop headphones in too, anytime you make a change to your audio or video setup, you're pretty much doomed to fail. But this is working. So we will go. All right. So you're showing, okay, no, you know what? Let's go. You are
Well, another
showing
trip.
a telescope. That's
I'm back to Wilson, baby. I do 2 or 3 trips a year to Mount Wilson. I'm truly blessed. So this
yeah,
was
keep that telescope picture up.
yes, sir.
I got one for you.
Okay. It's only 60 inches. I got 100-inch too to show you.
All right. So that's your telescope. That's a huge telescope.
No, that's Mount Wilson. I wish
Mount
that was
Wilson.
mine.
Well, okay, so now you're seeing Mount Wilson. Ever wonder what a telescope like that would look like with the Milky Way behind it? This is where I will do that. So this is the
Turn out the
McMath
light.
telescope. So this is the
Great
McMath
picture.
telescope, which is, I believe, built in the 40s. It was a solar telescope in Lake Angeles, and it got transferred to a ground in Dexter, Pinckney. It's the University Lowbrow astronomers use this telescope. It's historical, probably not as well known as that Mount Wilson scope, John, but this is we use it for visual astronomy.
Can you see mine? There it is. You see the solar scope with the clouds and
okay, so that's your solar. That's now, which solar scope is this?
That's the Wilson solar scope.
Okay. So yeah, that I think I don't remember if it was, I forget which observatory took some of the other instruments from the McMath Hulbert Observatory back east in Michigan. I thought they were all sent. I'm thinking Kit Peak, but I'm not sure.
Okay, you're in Arizona. This is California.
That's California. Yeah, and
right.
I don't know, but that's just reference to the history of that telescope that I showed.
Right.
So, all right. So we did telescopes. What other?
Well, we just went to Wilson, so that's always a historical thing. Here's the 100-inch where Edwin Hubble actually did his work and discovered that the galaxy was not part of our system and it was a separate entity by using the stars. I think it was not parallax, but by reading the way the
Cepheid variable.
Cepheid variable. Thank you, doctor. I needed help with that. I'm not on your level, but anyway, so this is a very unique thing to see because it was clouded out. We had an opportunity to do a walkthrough of the 100-inch, which is always a spectacular tour and historical. It's enchanted there, I say. And then a couple days later, I'm at Mount Pinos doing my star party with my new 30-inch, half the aperture Newtonian, all computerized, and I call it the Leviathan is the nickname. And it'll hurt you after 2 nights. You can barely walk, I can tell you. If you notice my friend, he was in awe, going, wow, what is he doing over there? He was lost in space, just watching that a huge telescope, very dangerous, but stable ladder. It's a fruit ladder. So we had a great trip looking at these quick objects, the NGC 40, which showed some nice color and exploded star. The Whale Galaxy, NGC 4631. These are sketches through the big instruments.
Those are amazing sketches.
Thank you. See the pup, the whale?
Yeah.
They call that one the Whale. I mean, that's a super active, like M82 starburst, galaxies, very similar. And very active. M106, beautiful tipped edge-on spiral coming at you. M63, the Sunflower Galaxy.
I wonder if we'd be able to guess these if we looked close enough, because you're looking through a huge telescope. And
how about
because
this one?
of
Guess.
how detailed that would be.
I know.
Let me see. Let me think about it. It's there's 2. Well, the remarkable thing about this M51 sketch is you nailed it almost exactly how it looks through that big instrument of yours
Oh, thank
in
you
some
so
very
much.
clear, dark skies. They have to be dark. I can see some of that in a 2.5 inch, but it all runs together. You can still see the
Right.
two nuclei in a 2.5 inch. And then Molly, I'm sure you can see some of that detail in
In an
the big
8-inch.
scope that you guys built.
Yeah, it's real nice in the 16. I got to see it in a 36-inch at Texas Star Party one
Oh
time,
yeah,
and it
that's
looked
insane.
like that. It looked like a picture. It was unreal.
So these are just the views we were getting. You know, this was the Astronomical League winning sketch, by the way. I don't want to, but it's a
Well, if
very
Lori's out there,
Congratulations.
she could go look that back up. But
I
yeah,
appreciate it.
congratulations for
Oh,
winning
do
that.
Sombrero.
brag up because we got to tell the world what the award-winning sketches look like.
Well,
You
yeah.
go.
You got to
Well,
go
this
with the league, and then you get it. You know, you have so many
I
great
think this sketch
programs.
should have won something. Look at
It's a
that.
Well,
great
There's your
sketch.
the
sombrero.
sombrero is
Yeah.
truly one of my favorites, and this is a new style that I tried. You know, very similar to the view I get in the 28 or the 32 or the 30.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can see that view in a 24,
right.
John, and you've got it just about spot on with
Thank you,
what we
man.
see. That dust lane being that
I'm
very
gonna
prominent like that.
speed mine up so you can get in. So let me get through this real fast. This was a nice transit conjunction we had, Mars next to the moon. You know, we've
And
had some
yeah, and
great.
unfortunately, I have not taken the moon image. There's a
Oh
way to do
man,
that in pictures, the way that you sketched it,
right.
and it looks like yours kind of started with a picture, but that's exactly how it looks in a refractor, and
Right.
you've captured that look beautifully. It's harder to do that in images, but it is possible.
The sturgeon
And
moon.
see,
I
I'll
don't know if
go.
you saw the sturgeon moon this month, but we had fires and clouds, and I was up early in the morning because the fires, I was concerned for people's well-being. You know, it's all over.
Yeah,
And I went out and looked to see
and
how
you
bad
saw that.
and this is the sturgeon moon.
So I will jump in real quick. That
Okay.
sturgeon moon, it's a beautiful moon. One of the harder moons to get is a rising full moon. And I forget, I think this was actually the strawberry a couple months at blue hour rising as the sun has already
Look at
set
that.
and gone just below horizon.
Look at the subtle reflection on the water.
Yep. That's Lake Huron.
It's really
East
beautiful.
coast of Michigan. I don't know if you've drawn moon rises,
I can't
but
see. I need to close mine out. I'm gonna just leave it and see.
no,
Go ahead.
because I just gave you back the screen.
I want to see what you got, man. That's why I want.
You'll
I
have
want
to
to blaze. Okay.
Let me pull
I'm
it
just
back
gonna
up.
go through it fast. I'm almost done.
Okay, yep, go
Let
ahead.
me get it over. Anyway, this is Rocky Peak. It's a rock formation in where Rocketdyne was, where they used to fire the big rocket motors for the space program. So I get up in the early morning to get out my dog at 4 in the morning. And here is Venus rising with these clouds and the first light of the day illuminating. So this is Venus rising over Rocky Peak. And then here's another.
That's beautiful.
This is Venus and Jupiter conjunction, same orientation rising again early morning over Rocky Peak. I think this is at like 3:45 a.m. I go to bed early so I can get up and see these things. This is Omega Centauri setting late June, like Mayish, a little late in the year. I just got it going through the two telephone towers, you know, they're electric power lines, and that's south view. So that's Omega Centauri from my bedroom window.
Wow, that's cool.
I'm
And
gonna
it's
go
actually
live.
you drew it to scale with that,
I know
didn't
it
you?
is because look at it,
That's
was
how
going
huge
through
it
the
is.
wires, and that's
Yeah,
through
that gives it
yeah.
that gives a sense of scale, just how big
Oh,
it
it's
is.
massive and still bright. Even it was twilight still, but you know, Leica makes very good oculars. They were 10 by 42 Leicas, eye openers. This is now a shift real fast. I'm getting into this. I wanted to go live, but it's not winter, so it's light till 9 o'clock here at night, so I can't go live, but I've mastered it. Here is the Smart Eye eyepiece by Pegasus Astro. It's a standard eyepiece. You plug it in, you can look through the actual eyepiece, or you can share via QR code with you scan that with your phone, and boom, whatever I'm looking at, you're looking at in the camera.
That's cool.
And then you plug it into, by the way, this instrument, I just had to put some new carnauba because you have to protect your instruments from the weather. Things can really destroy the finish, and you want to take care of these things because they are really good and take care of you. This is me set up and ready to go. That was a solar eclipse, but this is the telescope of choice to plug in. So here's the Smart Eye. Just plug it in, do a few dark frames, turn it up, and it slowly starts to build. You can set your stack at 2 by 30 second, gives you a minute, and it'll do as many as you want, up to 30 seconds. So if you're tracking equatorially, you can get longer without any field rotation. So this is just starting to build. So every 20 seconds, click, it'll build up. It starts to build. Then it starts to build color. Then it goes to this.
Starts getting more data.
You see that. And then you're like, this is a 6-inch telescope. So not a 30-inch, killing your back. This is a very fine instrument. And look at what we're getting with this. This is the actual snapshot after it stacks and you're ready to go. You can save an image. You can also save it to an SD card. It's truly amazing. Smart Eye. This is entry level. I just started using this.
Oh, look,
Here is the ring.
That's a good starting point for that ring.
6-inch refractor. The Explorer Scientific, which if you want to go deep and sharp, have very sharp optics, this thing it's really one of my killer. I can't believe I'm getting this kind of result with a 6-inch telescope. You can't believe it. That's M13, as you all know. Look at the propeller even. You can see the propeller.
Yep, I can. Right at the top.
Yep, the top, it's like a peace sign almost, or a Mercedes emblem.
Yep, and it's interesting because the more detail you get of M13, that propeller disappears.
Oh yeah.
And it turns into just a massive star.
Very hard to capture it.
Look at the color. And this is live, and you're sharing this like it's on your phone or your tablet. You're just sitting right next to me in a chair, nice and warm, kicking back under the stars with your friends. And man, this is really next level stuff with light pollution, and you can plug it into your scope. And these refractors, the ED ones from Explorer, when you plug those in, believe me, you're getting very pinpoint stars. I mean, I really didn't even process this other than using my Samsung photo editor and my Photoshop Express, a free program that has some levels in it. But I mean, look at the result.
Oh, you're definitely getting detail there. It's this looks like
look
it's
at
well on par.
Oh, by the way, we did have a Antilla filter, tri-band filter. Basically, I think a narrow band with hydrogen, oxygen, and something else. Kind of like a light pollution blocker almost. And then this is 51. So as usual, my friend Bosco and I, we always love to do the star party here. And I like to have him say goodbye. And remember, when you're down, look up. And he sees me, so he's happy. And when I look up, this is what I see. Beautiful rays of light on the ocean, giving me hope. This is a sketch that I did off my friend's cell phone snapshot, but I added a lot of rays and really spruced up the view. So that view gives you hope and lets you know that this is a special day. And with that, I will give it to you. Here's my finale sketch. Keep looking up. The universe loves you all.
All right. So, well, following that's pretty tough because the theme that you get out of that is, well, one, you get the
Yeah,
simplicity.
you get drawings that compete with your astrophotography there. Good luck, Adrian.
Well, I think I have a couple of images
I
that
knew
I can
Adrian
fill
was
in
coming
with.
tonight, and I had to bring some good work because
So, so I'm gonna dig into some of the images I'd taken recently and just go with it. This is a true to life what you see. Of course, there are a few more stars when you stack some images. There's Orion. Orion's coming back. This was taken, I think, a full 3 or 4 months ago when Orion was just setting, but now it's rising. Um, and the zodiacal light on the other side here. And what I'll show this one. There's a particular scene with Orion and the zodiacal light that, caught me by surprise. So sometimes the aurora photobombs your images. The Milky Way doesn't play as prominent a part. And when you have buildings like this with character, these were old rescue stations at Point O'Bark Lighthouse Park, and then the lighthouse itself. This might lend itself to a beautiful painting that may take a while. And of course, the power lines would probably be absent from the painting itself once it's finished. Drawing a moonrise.
wow,
Here, the close up, you've got the actual moonrise, you've got some detail, but pan out and you start to see it the way that your eyes see it or the way the camera saw it because you laid it so close to the water. And you end up with something that might make for a pretty good painting if I were to
yeah, looks like a postcard. Oh man, dude, wait, you got to go back to that one.
Yeah, this is you'll like the moodiness of this one with the moon
That is
and the
crazy.
lake.
How
And
did you
that's
jump that? That you can't see the end of the horizon, but the
but you can see
reflection.
the reflection.
That is really amazing. It's just floating.
And so, well, when you take an image, you ought to be inspired by what you see before you actually take the image, even if your image has no stars in it. It's something
Whoa.
that you might be inspired to take. And I'm trying to remember for the life of me where I was when I took this, but I know I was in Port Sanilac because I would later take an image from Port Sanilac. This is when I went west. I would later go back to Port Sanilac and I would take an image along the shore. And here's the letdown. You see the Milky Way. You go here and you're in it's a completely dark location stretching. This is what it looked like stretching from horizon to horizon. And there's nothing but this hilly region. There's nothing around you except maybe, just maybe. And I just missed him. Well, there's a telescope I use. And then
Two
off in the
satellites.
distance.
That
Yeah,
look,
lots
or
of
is that
them.
an airplane?
That's an airplane.
Yeah.
Off in the distance, and you can barely see it, is my buddy is doing some imaging here too. And you can see kind of the mountain range that was over here. That's gonna
Wow, look at that. It's amazing.
this is each of these
That's
images are
deep.
15. Each of these images are 15 seconds. And I stitched together 8 of them. You can see why folks tend to stop imaging Milky Way season when they can see this.
Right.
They're out there taking pictures. When it's the Cygnus region,
Is that over
maybe not.
weeks time or months, or is it over in one night?
This is a one night shot that took me about, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes because if you count all the frames I took. Yeah.
So you're panning. You just do
This is
sections.
just yep, I just panned. I went from here over to here where I was
Mhm.
standing,
Cool.
and I put them together. Seeing the arch of the Milky Way, which, you know, when you're there for real, the entire sky is arced, but when photos put it together, they look like this. You know, so we're talking 5th anniversary, and I can't go away without showing some attempts at
Oh yeah.
astrophotography. There's M4, there's, I forget this NGC number, this distant globular cluster here, and the start of some of the nebulosity in Rho-Ophiuchi. That was an experiment, and this was an experiment too with, you know, M16. As much as I like going after objects that no one has seen, I'm testing my ability to grab deep sky images that was out of the same refractor that I observed out of. And of course, these images here are favorites, different parts of Bryce Canyon. This is actually a favorite image too. This was done without a modified camera, and it's at that same spot. Notice the sky color. It
Mhm.
was not fully dark. It was nautical twilight, and
So
this
beautiful.
is a 40 to 50 images stacked Milky Way shot.
The horse is perfectly pronounced, just sitting up.
Yep.
Looks just like a pony.
And that is what dark skies will get you. Compare to, well, there's a shot way up there. It may take a while to get to it, but
I
so
love
one
the way
thing,
your houses look. They just look
yeah,
almost painted. They really do.
I got better at doing that. And here's I was trying to think, how do we tie this together? Because this is it's 11:14 Eastern. We're here at Global Star Party. John and I closing this out. What we like to show you is that there's beauty, and the best way I can say it is there's beauty on heaven and in earth. And I think both John and I agree. What we're capturing is just, it's what
The
we
moment.
see. We're capturing the moment. This was
Yep.
taken at 6 degrees below, not below,
Jeez,
it was
I
6
knew it was
above.
cold, but
It was cold,
oh
and I
man.
still went out there
Oh
to get this image. Even though it was cold, the river wasn't frozen. And this is the Osabo River up north. The Cygnus region may not be as bright or as pronounced. The skies aren't quite as dark, but as far as my limiting magnitude, my eyesight, I could still see and count the same stars as I could in Oklahoma or down here when I went to Bryce Canyon.
How dark is Bryce, would you say, compared to where
So
Molly's at? Molly's got it pretty
I
good.
would say it's not far off either way.
Right.
I don't know. Utah may be a tad bit darker, but it's you can produce things like this with one long 5-minute image and get this much detail in dark places like this.
Wow, that's insane.
And it takes a little more work to do that in other dark places. And this is a good one to end with. When we try and get our images, sometimes we wonder how we're going to capture them. And this will be the next to the last image here. We wonder how we're going to capture them and capture what we're seeing. And this is one that I would challenge anyone. The next time you have a total lunar eclipse, try and capture the eclipse with the stars behind them in the sky. It makes for a very beautiful way. You're not just focused on the blood moon or the sky. And I'll give you a hint. There's the settings I used. And I did do some tracking with that.
So do you expose that's together all in one shot?
I exposed it all in one shot.
Wow, that's really tough
using
to
these
do.
settings.
That's incredible.
On a half sidereal tracker, 30 seconds. I may
Pinpoint
have tracked,
stars.
I may have tracked sidereal, not half.
Mm.
The moon moves faster, and you see that if you try an image for longer,
Right, it'll start to
your stars will
smear.
stretch, your moon will move on you. This is just more of a
Wide field.
Corpus was over here. Yeah, wide field. I'm looking for our favorite image to end on. Yes, there's Aurora. Yeah, I could click on any of these.
We've had a spectacular year. You've gotten some really good aurora from
Yes, a couple of them. Some of them made it to Astronomy magazine.
Wow.
There's a favorite image. I'd love for you to draw this if you would go to Kenton, Oklahoma, get behind these Allosaurus tracks. Your rendition with the Milky Way there, your rendition of that, John, would be just
Can't
beautiful.
believe that's those footprints are still there. With
There's
the
150 million years later. And oh, by the way, Scott, your camera works again.
Yes.
This is
that's
how it looks.
Welcome back, Scott.
Yeah, this is how this scene looks naked eye. This is true to
That
what
is-
it looks
yeah,
like.
It looks like right after sunset, right?
It is. It's right after sunset. You
Yes.
see this part of the Milky Way. I wanna leave fifth anniversary. I think. What is this? The fifth year? Yeah, anniversary of Global Star Party.
Really,
And
5 years?
I think so, right, Scott?
Jeez.
Yeah, well, yeah, since COVID 2020. And I want to tell people, you want to evaluate a dark sky, you should be able to see the Milky Way, and nautical twilight hasn't even ended. You're still in sunset, dusk, as it were, and you should see this. If you don't see that, your skies are not quite as dark as they can get. And I know it gets even darker than this. And once it's dark enough in any locale, you start seeing a lot of things. But when you're at elevation like you are here, and you're in places where civilization is just nowhere to be found, anywhere from 50 to 100 miles, this sort of stuff starts to happen. You can see M8 just like you see it in my picture. You can see M7 and M6. All this stuff is naked eye, just like it shows.
Yeah,
me.
that's the best way to do it, because then you can actually star hop and hop your way up in Sagittarius. You work your way up M20, the Lagoon,
right,
M16, all the way up, and you just take them as they go down. You go up, and you can run the whole. It's beautiful.
Yep. Now, where's that final picture? You're gonna see me scroll through a lot of attempts. There's Suchin Shannon. Look at this. Draw that one. Draw the toenail
Beautiful.
moon.
How did you even spot that one? That's a sliver.
We knew where it was. I noticed it was coming up, and I looked at the picture and noticed I had the comet too. And a buddy of mine was observing at the same time I was doing imaging of it. It was it's a spectacular view. There's the whole picture.
That's amazing. You wouldn't even notice it until you said something.
Yep. Sometimes our astronomical images are simple, yet they're beautiful depending on the landscape. This was one of the more absolute beautiful pictures. You should try and sketch that one. And then
maybe you could send me one or two and I'll work on something.
I'll definitely
I could probably
do
get
that.
them off of there, but they won't be as good, the resolution.
So let's we gotta end with the picture that I need to work on that. Doing a book.
You have some magical shots. They look just like that one with the dinosaur footprints. Just imagine standing there and then going back in time to that moment. Boy, it's really dark then, I bet.
Yeah, it is. I heard a noise while I was doing that. So yeah, here I am scooting through, the years of pictures since Scott invited me on. But there's one image.
Oh, there's my favorite.
That is combined. That is joined us both.
I can't believe
this is the image we're ending on, Scott, is
the Halloween moon.
The Halloween moon.
Yeah.
John,
it's almost October.
Yeah,
ready.
John, do you have your version of this? Because
I don't know if I can find it, man. I got so many more works right now. I
Yeah.
will bring it next time though.
we'll have to
We
do
gotta.
something with this because both of
Yours
us
is
took
better
this
though. Yours is
before we
sharper.
even
I
knew
mean,
of each
that's
other. Yeah,
right.
before we even knew of each other, we both did a very similar image. I mean, looks just almost
They're
just
twins.
like
It's
this.
like we both saw the same exact. But you
Yep.
know what's funny
From
is we're here at
acro-
the exact place, and we both saw it and shared it with everybody. It was really cool. What a coincidence!
Yep. And maybe one day we'll do that again. But those of you watching, you see this image, and it's tough to do because you have to focus on whatever sliver of the moon is
It
there.
almost looks like Jupiter with the
Yeah,
belts,
with
you know?
those cloud bands going
That's
across,
good.
but those bands are indeed on Earth.
Right.
But with that, Scott, I think it's time to
It's time to
bring
say goodnight.
Yep.
I penned a little bit of a poem about astronomers going to sleep, and so it says, "Good night, dear watchers of the skies. May starlight linger in your eyes, while dreamers drift through cosmic streams. The universe whispers in your dreams." So with that, good night.
Right on.
Good
That
night.
is beautiful.
Fist
I'm
bump,
gonna-
John. Lori.
Thank you.
Bring
High
him
five,
in.
fist pump. Wait, where's my camera? There it is. I moved it.
There we go. All right.
All right. Thank you,
We will-
guys. Thank you, everyone. And thanks
Thank
to our
you,
audience for
Doctor.
watching. Yeah. And Lori, you're still on. So thanks so very much. And it was a great pleasure to do the 5th anniversary of the Global Star Party. And of course, we'll be back with more. And I'll put out a poster giving out the dates. So take care and have sweet dreams. And good night.
Thank you, Scott.
Good night, and all.
Good
Thanks
night.
for a great show.
Keep
Thank
looking
you.
up.
Amen to that.